Good morning. Today is Thursday, August 22nd, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of August. If you would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we begin with our meeting, on behalf of the Nevada Gaming Commission, I would like to thank both the mayor and the members of the city council, the city manager, and the administration of the city and their facilities and staff for allowing us to use the city council chambers for the purposes of this meeting. Also, we would like to thank the Gaming Control Board, administration staff, Deputy Chief Garcia, and all of the staff who've made the Herculean efforts, including Madam Secretary and our Employee of the Month, Jose Torres. Okay, maybe. To secure the appropriate meeting places such as this and the next meetings in the next several months. So we appreciate you very much. It's great for us to be able to just walk in and sit down, knowing that you've done a million things to make this meeting happen. So thank you, all of you. All right, Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
At this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak clearly as possible, as this meeting is being transmitted electronically and being transcribed. Madam Secretary, if we could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as any from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will come and get them from you. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium. All right, there being no one present in Carson City to make public comment. Here in Las Vegas, the record should reflect there's no one present to make public comment, and that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for July 2024.
Each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions or comments, I believe it is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the non-restricted consent item?
Your item on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning is item 3. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Madam Chair, I am the disclosure on this item. Mr. Scher has served as my private counsel previously, but I conclude that as my independence of judgment and of that of a reasonable person, I'm going to proceed in voting on this matter.
Thank you. So as to this consent item number 3, do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Does anyone wish to make a motion at this time?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 6 through 10. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments on the restricted consent agenda items this morning? There being none, does anyone have a motion?
I will. Chair Tagliati, I move for the approval of restricted items 6 through 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. That brings us to the non-restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Caesars Entertainment, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the applications of William Hill, Nevada 2 for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda, and the applications for William Hill, Nevada 2 to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the sports pools operated by GPEG 1 LLC at Bodine's, Slot World, Carson Valley Inn, and Sharky's Casino. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you like our new meeting facility?
It's so far away. It's not as up close and personal as it used to be.
Well, it's temporary. We don't know where we're going to be next month, but well, we do, but at some point we may be sitting very close. I don't know.
It's nice though. It's nice. Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, AG Burnett. I'm here today with Mr. Jeff Hendricks with Caesars Entertainment. And then also on the video monitors in Carson City are representatives of GPEG 1 LLC. On the left, you'll see Mr. Mike Pigram. In the middle, you'll see Mr. Dennis Nylander. And on the right next to him is Sev Carlson, one of Dennis's former law partners. Today before you, you have, as listed by Madam Secretary, applications by Caesars Entertainment, first to amend their order to accommodate the following requests, and that is related to William Hill, Nevada 2, which does business as Caesars Sportsbook, to act as key employee and to receive a percentage of revenue at 4 of the GPEG 1 LLC locations, specifically those being Carson Valley Inn, Bodine's Casino, Sharky's Casino, and Slot World. And as mentioned on the application and in your investigative materials, Caesars will act as a key employee. That key employee agreement is outlined in your materials for GPEG, conducting such services as risk management, providing sports wagering equipment, kiosks, and terminals. As before, we'd like to thank the board and the board agent for working with us on these on a timely fashion. Madam Chair, the conversation at the board level was fairly robust, so we didn't have anything further in terms of affirmative matters, and I would turn it over to you to see if you would like to go to question and answer.
Before we do that, we're talking about draft number 2 dated August 6, 24, correct?
Yeah, we do have a second draft, and we've looked at that, and that is fine with us. It just encompassed a couple minor changes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
I guess I would open it up for any questions or comments by my colleagues, starting on my right. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Yes, Mr. Burnett, could you maybe succinctly go over the interaction between the race and the sports pool? I watched the board meeting, but I was still a little bit confused as far as who's doing sports, who's doing race, and how that's going to be reflected on the tickets.
Sure, that's a very good point. Very good question. And there are some details that are outlined in the agreement between the parties. Of course, GPEG is going to continue to operate the pari-mutuel book at Carson Valley Inn. But for more detailed questions, I should probably turn it over to Mr. Nylander and Mr. Pigram.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Good morning. For the record, Dennis Nylander here on behalf of GPEG. Yeah, the book is not going to be affected at all at Carson Valley Inn. That's where the race book is. The pari-mutuel system is currently operating under the stadium platform, which is is going to go away pretty soon. And that's part of the reason to bring Caesars in. So the book at Carson Valley Inn will operate off the Caesars platform under this application. And so it'll just continue to be a manned book for the time being, operating on the newer Caesars platform. So the stadium platform is becoming obsolete, and it's not going to be able to be supported anymore by the manufacturer. So that's the big reason for this whole application. But with respect to the race book, it's just at Carson Valley Inn, and that's the only location that will be manned. The other locations will be kiosk only.
Okay.
And as far as those, oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Amaran, do the other two locations not have a race book?
They do not.
Okay. Is the application for licensure as a key employee of the books themselves, or is it just of the sports side of the book? That was confusing.
Well, it's sports for the other locations, but then Carson Valley Inn's, their license currently is for a race and sports book.
Okay, so they have their own license. So regardless of the key employee issue, they would already be able.
And Commissioner, just to be clear, the key employee application is for all 4 locations, but GPEG remains the licensee.
Okay, perfect. And then with respect to the disclosures on the ticket, is there different disclosures identifying that anything between the race and the sports book, who's doing what, or does it matter?
Yes, there are specific disclosures that will be given.
Go ahead, Mr. Burnett. Sorry.
Sorry, Dennis.
Yeah, so the conditions that are suggested by the board do address that, and we have come up already with the way that tickets will look to make sure that patrons are clear that the book is licensed as GPEG and the technology is really just operated by Caesars. And so we will intend to submit. Jeff has already prepared what they're going to look like. And so we intend to submit those to the board, assuming, respectfully assuming that we get your approval today.
Oh, very good. Thank you. And then with respect to some employees that were going to be displaced, have those employees been reassigned?
Yes, they have been. Everybody that, excuse me, this is Mike Pegram, managing partner of GPEG. Those people have been offered other positions.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hendricks, Mr. Burnett, Mr. Nylander, and others, and Mr. Pegram. First, I'm a Douglas County resident, so I appreciate all of the asset that you have in our beautiful county. So it's always a pleasure to see you. And I thank you for all that you've done for the Carson Valley and certainly beyond. But as a Douglas County resident, I appreciate it. Could you please talk a little bit more about the dispute resolution? The Gaming Control Board had that conversation with you. But I don't remember it being really definitive how disputes would be resolved. I know this is a bridge solution. I totally get that the platform's being exchanged, so why it's happening now. But there is a dynamic here. But if someone could just please, if there's a patron dispute, who has the ultimate responsibility? I think I heard it was GPEG, but I just want to confirm that.
Yes, Commissioner. That would be the case because here Caesar Sportsbook is merely operating as a key employee under the terms and conditions in the agreement between the parties. GPEG will remain the operator, the licensee. And so to the extent that patron dispute provisions apply to operators, that's who would conduct those types of initial investigations and then outreach to the enforcement division. I'll turn it over to Mr. Nylander to ensure he concurs with that, though.
I do concur, Mr. Burnett and Commissioner Krolicki. Just to confirm, the books right now are run by GPEG. So they're not new to this. And Mr. Pegram's team will handle disputes as they always have because they remain the licensee. The agreement really spells out the way the parties intend to cooperate. And, I don't see any issues there. Ultimately, GPEG is the licensee and they're responsible, and we would confirm that with you right now.
Good. It was never a matter of capability. It was just a matter of who indeed had it. And I just wanted to hear that again. Thank you, Mr. Nylander. There is also some estate planning as much as you're changing platform. And Ms. Pegram, not to get into some of your personal business, but you want to discuss some of the estate planning aspect to this maneuver?
Yeah, it's both. I mean, Mr. Pegram's trying to streamline his operations in anticipate, he's an independent operator, and this is really a family owned and run business for the most part. And so he's, trying to streamline all operations. This is just one, and as an independent operator, it's very difficult to, especially on the sports side, but in general, the technology's become very expensive. So, you have to sort of partner up to make things easier for the operation. So I hope that answers your question.
Mr. Pegram, I believe you own about 63% of GPEG. Is that true?
Yes, 68, I believe. Or wait, you caught me off guard there. Yes, that is correct.
Perfect. All right, Madam Chair, I don't have any other questions at this time. I appreciate the responses and the group being in front of us today. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki, hope to see you at Round Hill Pines Beach again this summer. So that's one of the Douglas County jewels that we are protecting.
It absolutely is. It's a little bit too successful, but it's a good place to be, Lake Tahoe in the summer. Thank you.
Yeah, agree with you. Everything up there has been too successful. It's very crowded.
All right, thank you, Commissioners Marcantonis or Silver.
Thank you, Chair. My biggest concern actually was the reassignment of the team members, and thank you, Mr. Pegram, for clarifying that. Obviously, we care about all of our team members. Also, thank you for your contributions to our industry in this state, and we appreciate very much. Thanks, gentlemen, for all of you for being here. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. I just concur with the other commissioners and just wanted to commend you on your presentation today. So I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think everything has been covered at this time. I appreciate your appearances today and being available to answer our questions. And if there's nothing else from any of my colleagues, I believe this is appropriate for a motion.
Madam Secretary, I move for approval. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board with the conditions recommended therein.
Right. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you. Appreciate you all being here and in Carson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted number 2.
Unrestricted number 2 is the application of Pioneer Topco LP for approval of a distribution. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have disclosures on this item.
Madam Chair, I have a disclosure with respect to non-restricted item number 2. My former firm and I previously served as local counsel for Apollo Global Management, Inc. and some of its subsidiaries in unrelated litigation in federal court. The representation was not material to the firm and our clients were dismissed in 2022. Neither I or my firm had any involvement in the ongoing Ninth Circuit appeal that followed the dismissal of the remaining parties. I have no pecuniary interest in the matter before us and do not believe my prior representation would affect the independence or judgment of a reasonable person and intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I too have a disclosure. on non-restricted item number 2. I'd like to disclose for the record that I was employed at the Venetian Resort as its president from 2015 to 2021, and thereafter the sale and the closing of the sale in 2022. I have also served as special advisor to that board in an interim period before I was appointed by the governor to the Nevada's Gaming Commission. During my time at the Venetian, I had close and amicable working relationships with some of the principals of that Apollo Global Management and also members of the property. Some are standing in front of us today. Mr. Brimmer, the Chief Financial Officer. Good to see you again, Mr. Brimmer. I no longer have any connection to the property and I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this matter. I believe that the independence of judgment of any reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this past working relationship. Therefore, I intend to fully participate in the matter in front of us today. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Bryn Gibson. I'm here with the, and of course, our counsel, who are my former colleagues. I'm Bryn Gibson with Brownstein Law Firm here on behalf of Pioneer Topco LP. This is a letter application under Regulation 15C 200 for a distribution. I have with me Robert Brimmer, who's the CFO of Venetian, which is the property itself. And we're here to answer any questions you have. With your leave, I turn it over to Mr. Brimmer.
Sure. And for the record, we have 2 appearances by Zoom.
Yes, we do. We have Mr. Daniel Cohen, who's a principal in the private equity group at Apollo Global Management, member of the board of Venetian. And we have Monta Mazzolina, who is also a member of the board of Venetian and with AGM.
Great. Thank you for all making appearances today. We appreciate you being here to answer any questions. Nice to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati and commissioners. This morning, I have an affirmative presentation prepared, similar remarks as what I presented to the board several weeks ago, discussing the rationale for this business transaction. If that pleases the commission, I'll proceed.
That would be great. Thank you.
Great. In my remarks, I'm going to discuss 4 key areas. I'm going to talk about Venetian financial performance. I'd like to discuss the investments that we're making in the physical infrastructure of the property, investments in team members in the community, and finally, I'll discuss the rationale for this distribution and where it leaves us in terms of capitalization and key ratios. In terms of financial performance, we've shared information with the commission that's shown really remarkable financial performance over the last 3 years. In 2023, we beat our budget materially. We grew the business double digits year over year. Those trends have continued in the first half of 2024. Once again, we're exceeding expectations and growing year over year. And the broad trends in the Vegas market remain very strong. All of our competitors disclosed financial results in the last month for Q2, and there was broad top line growth across all competitors. Within that context, Venetian is outperforming. We're gaining market share and growing at faster rates than our competitors. We're really executing well against the strategy that I've discussed with both the board and the commission over previous meetings. A lot of this strategy is based off of investment, the capital investment, which I'll get to, which has been very well received by guests, and then investment in our team members, which is critical to the strategy. And that's also driven culture improvements. We started with an amazing employee culture. We've continued to build on that and created more accountability, more ownership, more empowerment. So it's through these improvements that we're gaining market share. Additionally, our service scores is something that we pay a lot of attention to, as that's really a long-term leading indicator for loyalty and the health of the business. Those continue to be strong and trend very well. And most importantly, when I look at the overall financial picture, it's this performance that's created the cash that we're looking to distribute. As of the end of July, the business had $830 million of cash on hand, and that's the source of this distribution. Investment into the property, that's really a key component of the business strategy. We're taking a long-term view and trying to create a business that's competitive in the long run. That's good for all stakeholders. Since Apollo took over in February of 2022, over 490 million has already been invested into the property. Over the 2024-2025 time period, there's another 900 million of investment underway. So it's somewhere in the range of $1.5 billion of total investment happening over the investment horizon. The asset's really in beautiful shape. It's improved materially since I've been there. And once we complete our full renovation plan toward the end of 2025, I think it'll be in its best condition since opening 25 years ago. As I mentioned, really the capital investment benefits all stakeholders. It's good for guests. We're trying to create new, unique experiences. We believe it's good for our investors and will create strong ROIs on this capital we're deploying. And it's good for our team members. We're creating more opportunities, more jobs, more career growth. So far, the capital we've deployed, we've introduced new high-limit gaming space in Palazzo. We've built several new restaurants. We have a new entertainment venue called Voltaire. It's a Parisian cabaret. Later today, we have an unveiling of our convention center, and we're partway through a multi-year investment there. But the first level, which is most visible, that's being unveiled today, and it's remarkable. We have a new sports book. We have new lobby investments. And a couple of weeks ago, we opened a new poker room. That's what's happened so far. Looking forward, there's much more investment coming. Theater investment in Palazzo to support a new Shin Lim residency that we're very excited about. Many new restaurants, and then hotel rooms is where the bulk of the capital is going. Just last week, we took the first rooms out of service, and we'll start on a plan from now through the end of 2025 to redevelop over 4,000 hotel rooms. The Venetian team members are special, the culture is special, and we've taken a very proactive view to maintain that positioning and that advantage. The largest investment in our team members, which I've discussed previously with the committee, is the Venetian Appreciation Award. And that's a program that I believe is unique to hospitality. And essentially, as the business value increases and the value of the equity goes up, our team members get a piece of that value creation. So far, through the life of this program, we've distributed $2,250 to all full-time team members at Venetian, and part-time team members have received a pro rata distribution based on hours worked. This is a major investment. We think it's a smart investment. We're trying to encourage people to think like owners. And then obviously there are major benefits in terms of retention and recruiting by having this valuable reinvestment in our team members. Beyond the Venetian Appreciation Award, we've launched a new parental leave policy. It's 4 weeks of paid time off for birth or adoption or child bonding. We've constructed a new on-site wellness center that addresses the physical, mental, and financial well-being of our team members. We've brought back and doubled our tuition reimbursement program that was temporarily stopped during the COVID period. And then just this week, we unveiled Heart of House team member Starbucks. It has neighborhood pricing as opposed to strip pricing, but it's something that our team members really appreciate. We're also investing in community. The community is where we live. It's where our team members live and many of our guests come from. We've increased our charitable investment by a factor of over 2x since taking the business private. And then one area of pride is our efforts on food rescue. This is something that's been in place for some time, but we produce a lot of excess meals at our convention and expo. We've invested in transportation and storage that has allowed us to double our food rescue. We're up to 200,000 meals that we're rescuing and providing to needy people throughout the Vegas Valley. We're partnered with the Just One Project, which is a local charity on this, and it's been a great success. Finally, moving to the rationale for this distribution and the financial implications. As I mentioned before, we have $830 million of total cash as of the end of July. Net of this distribution, the business will have 280 million of cash. That amount of cash plus the operating cash flow that we anticipate earning over the next 18 months is sufficient for us to complete the robust capital and team member investments that I mentioned too. A couple of ratios that I look at to make sure the capital structure is conservative and resilient. I look at rent coverage, which is the ratio of EBITDA to rent. That's north of 3x pro forma for this transaction. That's very conservative. There have been recent deals done with public gaming REITs and gaming operators at a 2x coverage ratio. So we're much higher than recent market precedents. I also look at a leverage ratio, looking at our traditional debt versus EBITDA. On a pro forma basis, that's somewhere in the mid twos, which I believe is very conservative. A lot of my competitors on the Vegas Strip are in the 5x range. So we're conservative in terms of our traditional debt ratio. And then I also look at sensitizing the business, asking the question, what if the positive revenue growth that we've demonstrated, what if that slows down? What if that's zero? Or what if that goes negative? And our capital structure and the liquidity that we already have committed is sufficient for us to deal with revenue slowdown equal to what we experienced in the great financial crisis of 2008 and still meet all of our investment plans. So pro forma for this distribution, I think we're well positioned from a capital structure perspective. In summary, I think the financial performance of the business has been robust. That's allowed us to make the tremendous investments in the facility and our team members. And if this distribution is approved, our business is conservatively capitalized and can deal with any unforeseen slowdowns.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and ask Commissioner Marcantonis if he has any questions, and I'll move to my fellow.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brimmer. And that without a teleprompter, very few glances to those notes. It is so comforting and pleasing for us to hear about things that are done so positively for team members across the campus in our town. We don't like to get blindsided with hearing in the press and elsewhere about negative stories, but this is one excellent story. Congratulations to the fine team at the Venetian for the numbers that you've mentioned and how well the property is doing. You have a very robust compliance. You've always had a very robust compliance program at the property, which is very important to us too. It keeps coming up in every single commission meetings with other of your competitors. Is that program still in place and continuing as it has before?
Absolutely. We have one of the most senior, well-regarded compliance teams. It's an important component of the business. It remains independent from finance and from marketing and operations. So they have the autonomy to make the right appropriate decisions and make sure that we're compliant with all regulations. And then, as I mentioned in the board meeting, we're giving them more tools. We're investing in further technology to allow them to do their job even better with respect to KYC and SAR compliance.
Well, thank you for that response too. We appreciate Mr. Cohen and Ms. Ozolina being on the call today. Congratulations, Mr. Cohen, on the new addition to your family, which I think was timed just around the Gaming Control Board meeting a few weeks ago. So we hope everything's well. Then, of course, congratulations due to you too, Mr. Brimmer, since we now, or at least I'm aware that your son and daughter won gold and silver in the Pan American fencing games. Right over the
bronze, but thank you.
Silver and bronze, still. And it's fencing. We're very fixated on this commission on curling. You meant
it's sword fighting. Yeah, sword fighting.
But well done to you too. Thank you for that, Chair.
All right, Commissioner Silver.
Thank you for, again, the presentation. I have no concerns whatsoever. It's so nice of you. And it's amazing to give this type of distribution. It really speaks volumes for the company, its work morale and the environment in the workplace. It's just amazing. So congratulations to all of you for this.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to welcome former Chairman Bryn Gibson. It's nice to see you again. I don't think I've seen you since you left. So it's nice to have us have you before us. Mr. Bremer, thank you. I wanted to hear about was it a gold and a bronze?
It was a gold and bronze. It was in Costa Rica last week. So I'm very proud parent.
Who got the gold?
My daughter did her first gold.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. The materials are pretty straightforward and you've answered the questions that I had either in your presentation today and before the Gaming Control Board. So thank you for that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Brimmer, Mr. Gibson, and others online. Congratulations, Mr. Cohen, on the arrival of the new one, and good morning, Ms. Ozolina. I'm going to take a script out of Judge Assad's book. I just want to thank all the Gaming Control Board staff on this and Tina Logan. The write-up that we had, I thought was particularly superb on this, and there was a lot of story behind it, but I just appreciate the poetry that came in the applications. I don't think I really have questions, just some comments. Mr. Burma, you kind of went over it quickly, and while the Venetian Appreciation Award is welcomed by the staff, that Starbucks seems to be the big hit. They get to have neighborhood pricing every day, so good on all of you. And I also appreciate that you're saying that with the capital improvements that this property will probably be in the best shape since it's opening. It's good news for me because I was there, so I can't wait to see it. But I'm aging myself because I keep seeing buildings that are being revitalized or not. So I opened up the Sawyer building as well. So it's I'm glad the Venetian has a better future than my beloved Sawyer building that we've left. What you've talked about, the PIC makes perfect sense. Congratulations to all of you. Success is built on those who preceded you, right? Commissioner Marcantonis. The 3 times coverage of EBITDA and the debt ratio of in the mid-2s. Superb numbers. I appreciate Apollo's desire to have liquidity in this, and they're fortunate to be able to have this kind of cash flow, free cash to provide the PIC, but no concerns. It's really just congratulations. And again, I think you said $800 million, but $1.5 billion invested in what was already a spectacular set of properties is just kudos to you and your team for making this such a success. I fully support the application.
Thank you.
I add one more thing.
Sure.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to add one more thing. I neglected to commend you on the new maternity policy. I know it doesn't sound like a lot to those of us that have actually born children, but 4 weeks is a huge improvement. It's something that I think our industry needs to catch up on. So I wanted to just give you a shout out for that. Thank you.
Thank you. We agree and we're proud of it.
All right. If there's nothing else from any of my colleagues, I have a thorough and complete understanding based upon the investigations report and your presentations. And I appreciate you being here today, all of you, including on Zoom. So thank you for that. And at this time, I'm prepared to support the application. And if someone is ready to make a motion.
Certainly. Madam Chair.
Yes.
It would be my pleasure to move for approval for non-restricted item number 2 with the condition restricting the payment to be paid from cash on hand, and as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
And for the record, the condition was the condition as recommended by the board.
Yes.
At this time, is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it very much. Thank you.
And thank you. I'd like to thank Senior Agent Tina Logan. She did an outstanding job. I was impressed with the detail of her questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. At this time, Madam Secretary, we are going to call non-restricted number 9 out of order. This is a matter that I imagine will be fairly brief. If sir, you would step forward, we are going to I'm going to have Madam Secretary read into the record non-restricted item number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Timothy Williams for licensure as a key executive at Bowtie Hospitality LV LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I know you've been, you're an old hand at this, if you will. And so I appreciate you being here. We have a different makeup up here, and so it's always really appreciated by the members of the commission to get to face meet and speak with you. So we appreciate that very much. And, you know, at this time, I'm going to just ask my colleagues if they have any comments or questions, starting with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Williams, Mr. Gibson. Again, thank you for being in front of us today. I appreciate the conversation you had with the Gaming Control Board, and one of the themes, if you will, was your role is the CIO with the CISO, or performing that role, not having one. Could you talk a little bit more? Again, I know these things can be handled exactly how you are, but my impression sitting with companies and things, the CISO is really, you know, a strategic role in and of itself, and usually a separate individual. But could you address how you're covering both hats in this, please?
Yes, thank you. So as I said at the board meeting, the security function rolled up to me as the CIO, as a separate department within IT. However, since that time, and we sort of took the discussion to heart, we discussed the potential of separating and making that function independent of IT in an oversight role in the past, but we decided not to at that point. We took that up in the interim since the board meeting, and we have actually made that change to separate.
Are you happy I asked the question?
I'm sorry?
I teed you up for that. You can thank me later.
Well, I kind of came expecting a little conversation about that.
No, that was the only curiosity I have. You've obviously fully addressed and satisfied that. I appreciate the Gaming Control Board nudging you a little bit and making you all think more about it, but I have no problems with the application. I'm perfectly comfortable and happy to support.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I didn't have any questions. Thank you for being here.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Mr. Williams has become an expert at this process, so I have no further questions either. Thank you, Chair.
And Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm happy to support your application. I mean, you've got a wealth of experience in the industry of 31 years, and this is a new challenge for you, this new hotel. So I wish you best of luck.
So we do appreciate you being here. You know, because of open meeting laws, you never know who's going to have a question. And I don't know who's going to have questions. So I appreciate you being here. At this time, as I anticipated, it would be brief. It would be appropriate for a motion if one of you.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 9 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. We appreciate you being here again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it was good to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission.
Thanks. No, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, at this time, if we could go to Madam Secretary, non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications of Stephen Schutte for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg, appearing on behalf of the company today. Here next to me is Cassie Stratford, and we also have Mr. Schutte. We know that the application is for him individually, but because we have the opportunity to be before you, we would like to take the chance to provide a quick update on the audit, if that's acceptable. Wonderful.
Excuse me,
Ms. Stratford.
please. I think I didn't speak into the microphone, so.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners. For the record, I am Cassie Stratford. Wanted to provide you a brief update with respect to our gaming audits. We at Boyd have implemented a 7-point plan to address these issues, which has been discussed extensively with board staff and the board members individually. As part of this 7-point plan, we provide regular updates, have check-ins with board audit leadership, have additional senior executive oversight, updated checklists, and numerous enhanced processes and procedures. Additionally, we've begun engaging with the UNLV Gaming Institute to build a new enhanced curriculum to train our internal financial shared services and property gaming audit teams on internal controls to continue to revitalize and stay on top of all compliance and audit related issues. These have all been pieces that are pillars of our 7-point plan. We continue to remain very dedicated to this, stay very close to these issues, maintain communication with the board and work together with them as it relates to any pending or future audits. Because we are before you today, I'd be happy to answer any questions of the commission as it relates to our 7-point plan or any of these issues before we turn back to Mr. Schuete's application.
Thank you. Appreciate that. At this time, I would ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments that they'd like to make before we move to the individual on the item. Anyone? Apparently not.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Wonderful. With that, we'll ask Mr. Schuete to come up, and because he's before you, he'll just give you a brief overview of his background and job duties and responsibilities.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, I am Steve Schuete. Provide a little bit of background on myself for you. Been in the gaming business a little more than 30 years. I currently serve as Executive Vice President of Operations for Boyd Gaming. I'm responsible for oversight of Boyd Gaming's Nevada properties, including a holistic approach to revenue generation and profitability, customer service and employee service levels, and compliance within the Nevada region. I'm also responsible for overseeing the strategic execution of Nevada property operations, maintenance, and capital projects. I report to our Chief Operating Officer, Ted Bogich. I'm pleased to answer any questions that you may have this morning.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Commissioner Solis Rainey or Krolicki, do you have any questions?
Good morning, Mr. Schuete. It's a
morning.
pleasure to see you and have you and Ms. Okerberg and others. You know, your CV is, just exquisite and lengthy and no issues. I appreciate the Gaming Control Board's conversation. I think it was in May that, put some background and teeth into all of this, and while we've heard more about the audit and things, but you were indeed a busy man, but you've been incredibly successful at what you do. And I was amused that one of the restricted licensees today shouted you out as a mentor, Mr. Justin Moore, who I think is here. So you've got a family occasion up in the seating. No, I think I'm pleased with all that I've heard. Again, the Gaming Control Board conversations earlier this month, I think were lengthy. They've addressed the issues, and I think you serve the Boyd company exquisitely well. I fully support your application today.
Thank you very much.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis or Silver?
I echo Commissioner Krolicki's thoughts on your background. Amazing background. Congratulations, Mr. Schuete. I mean, the Midwest, riverboats, Atlantic City. I mean, where have you not worked as a casino or a spacecraft maybe or something? But that's an amazingly diverse career. Well done and congratulations. I have no hesitation in supporting your application today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I echo my fellow commissioners' comments, and it's a pleasure to support your application. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, we appreciate the update on the audit, and I know that a lot of time was spent on that at the Gaming Control Board meeting. So and the information in our materials and your incredible background. I also support the application and appreciate you making yourselves available to answer questions and being here today. So thank you for that. At this time, I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 5, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Commissioner Markantonis has moved for.
Sorry, I made it. Was it non-restricted 4? Excuse me, did I say 5? Madam Secretary, can I repeat?
Yes.
Okay. So in that case, Madam Chair, I move for approval, non-restricted item number 4, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and recommended by the Gaming Control Board. And thank you for setting me straight, Ms. Zuckerberg. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 5?
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Lucas Gums for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning again, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg, appearing on behalf of the company today. Here with me is the applicant, Luke Gums. He is a first-time applicant, so we'll have him give a little bit about his background for you.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, Chair Tagliati and the rest of the commissioners. With this being my first time in front of you guys, just want to give a little bit of background about myself. Actually born and raised right here in Las Vegas. Both my parents are retired educators with the Clark County School District. I married. I have 3 kids to Ireland, Lucy and Nash. I graduated from Palo Verde High School here in town. After high school, I got recruited to go play basketball at California Lutheran University in Thousand Oaks, California. While I was doing that, I got my degree in accounting. After I graduated from college, came back to Las Vegas, worked for a bunch of different companies and a couple different positions. And it wasn't until 2015 when Golden Entertainment reached out. They had an opening sales rep position for their route operations. So obviously growing up here, never in the gaming industry, thought it was pretty interesting. So accepted the position, learned a lot those first couple of years, was able to do pretty well, got promoted to director of sales operations, took on more of the business, learned a lot more, continued to do well, was promoted to senior director of Nevada route operations a few years after. And then it was here in January 2024 with Oak Tree acquiring the Golden Route operations from Golden Entertainment. That's when I was elevated to vice president of Nevada route operations. So also I'm here today with our 3 non-restricted locations, Lovelock Casino out in Lovelock Junction, our Love's truck stop in Winnemucca, and also our Gold Bar out in Elko. So I just want to give you kind of a background of some of my duties. I do oversee all kind of everything over the operation. I work with bringing on new route partners, looking at contracts for approvals with that, and with my compliance committee that we have. I maintain our daily contact with our head of HR to make sure if there's any internal matters that we're taking care of that. I work closely with third-party vendors, Aristocrat IGT, to see what new product is out there that we can deliver to our customers. And again, I have direct reports with our service team, our marketing team, our accounting team that we have weekly meetings with. So also just wanted to thank Agent Lane through the process. He made it very easy and it was a great process for me. So with that said, if you guys have any questions, I would love to answer them at this time.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate the introduction. At this time, I know Commissioner Kulicki will have things to say about loves and how much he loves loves.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gums, welcome in front of us today. We have folks regularly in today who are from around the planet who are coming or licensing for various things, but it's always nice when we have a homegrown guy come in and just not, socks off of everyone and just be eminently qualified to be in front of us. So fully support what you're doing. And again, love the local story. I appreciated, I'm a guy of the world, so I appreciate your time in Ireland and other places. Which position did you play when you were at Cal Lutheran?
I was point guard.
So you can shoot the basketball.
Yeah,
So
a little
everybody
bit.
wants to get you on their team.
Not anymore.
There you go. No, but, and I appreciate you spent a lot of time in rural Nevada, which is dear to me, and spent quarter century, stopping at those truck stops outside of Winnemucca, and, just always happy to grab a cup of coffee and just civilization in the middle of, central and, empty Nevada. But I just appreciate what you've done. But no, I fully support. Congratulations. It's a great story for Nevada to have you in front of us today and likely getting approval.
Thank you.
Mr. Gumbs, thank you for being here. I also don't have any concerns or questions. I was touched by the local connection. It's nice to see somebody that's born and raised here, come into the industry in such a positive way. And your background is impeccable. So I don't have any concerns. I'm happy to support it, but thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Nothing further from me. Congratulations for being in front of us today, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. Good morning. I really enjoyed reading all of this and watching your presentation as well to the board. Just wondering if you pick up any hitchhikers along the way in Lovelock. Being that every other sign is don't pick up the hitchhikers. Just curious as to that.
There is a prison.
Because I was just wondering, I assume you have to drive that quite often.
Correct. Yeah, they have the signs, no hitchhiking across the
Just
highway.
ensuring as the commissioner, you're not picking up those hitchhikers.
No, just there for work.
Okay, well, then I feel strong about your application. Thank you again for presenting today.
Thank you.
Yes, we appreciate you being here. I have no questions or concerns and intend obviously to support your application. And I echo the comments of my colleagues. And at this time, I'm going to call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Congratulations and thank you again.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of David Zorns for finding of suitability as a key executive at Nevada Casino Holdings LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Tagliani, Commissioners Solis Rainey, Kurlicki, Marcantonis, and Judge Silver. I'm Greg Gimignani with the law firm of Dickinson Wright. Excuse me, representing Nevada Casino Holdings and David Zorns. David Zorns is with me, along with Mac Potter, who's the corporate compliance officer and key license holder at Nevada Casino Holdings. Your materials do have a slide deck that was distributed prior to the meeting, but the deck is essentially just an updated deck of the deck we used 2 years ago. I know we have a lot of new members since that time, so we thought we should supplement the materials with that, but we won't be using that for the affirmative presentation. When Mr. Zorns was approved two years ago, the matter was relatively new to me. It was transferred from a prior attorney that I worked with who retired. And fortunately, we were given an extended opportunity to present and address some issues that were raised at that time. The board recommended approval at that time with a 2-year limit. And this is the reason we're back here at this point in time. One of the conditions on one of the other conditions on Mr. Zorn's license was that he obtained an employment agreement that clearly identified his roles, responsibilities, and comping authority. That agreement was reviewed by board staff. It has been executed. He's been working under that agreement ever since. And I believe that Mr. Zorns has maintained adherence to that agreement. And there haven't been any ambiguities with regard to his performance or his role. And Mr. Zorns is here to tell you a little bit about himself as well.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Tagliani, commissioners. Thank you very much for a chance to be here today. I've been in the gaming business for 50 years, if you include the first poker room I had in Washington State back about 1975. I joined the Red Lion Hotel chain in 1980, worked as a manager in Pendleton, Oregon, and then was transferred down to Elko, Nevada. First time I was with the Red Lion in Elko was 1983. I got a chance to go to work in Antigua for IGT when they got in the casino business. So I spent a couple of years down in the Caribbean in Antigua, came back and worked at the Silver Club, which our company ended up buying years later and before it was sold and torn down. I went back to Colorado and I worked in Colorado for about 14 years. I kind of got to be a specialist in opening new casinos. I opened one in Cripple Creek, then I opened the Piccadilly, Colorado Central Station, and the Mardi Gras Casino in Blackhawk. I was asked to go back to the Red Lion in Elko for the third time. Went back there in 2005, the end of 2005, and worked for 14 years. I actually started an airplane program when I was in Elko. We had our own airline. We flew to over 50 cities. I was the vice president of the airline and actually got the whole airline business started also. I was actually kind of hired to go back to Elko and shut the airline down. The business had changed so much. When I started in the business, there was only gaming in South Dakota, Atlantic City, and Nevada. And when I went back, you know, it's every place, everything had changed completely. And it was time that program just didn't work anymore. So I got the business built up as a locals casino again. After 14 years, the owners did decide to sell the business and take it over themselves. And at that time, they gave me a severance agreement. And after my severance agreement with my non-compete clause was over, I went to work for Nevada Casino Holdings. I'm now CEO of Nevada Casino Holdings, which has casinos in the El Capitan in Hawthorne, the Model T in Winnemucca, the Stockman's in Elko, the commercial casino, which is not a casino right now in Elko, and the Scoreboard Casino in Spring Creek. After I went to work for Nevada Casino Holdings, a complaint was lodged against me from the prior owner, and I did spend quite a bit of time explaining this, and I did not take it serious enough or realize how serious it was until I came to these hearings 2 years ago. Thankfully, I was given a chance to explain everything, and I think I explained it very honestly and to the best of my ability. And I got a contract that for this new company that explains my responsibilities very clear. I have weekly calls with ownership in Colorado. So I run each property. We have a general manager at each property. We have at least weekly calls, and monthly I try to visit every property, and then weekly calls with the ownership in Colorado. So I really feel that this current company is very solid company that really takes pride in what they're doing. They've let me improve these properties. They're all older properties out in rural Nevada that honestly had not had a lot of attention paid to them in many, many years. And the ownership has let me reinvest in these properties and bring them up to where they're now. All of them are very nice little properties. So that pretty much explains where I am at to this period. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, this time I will start on this side. Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Zorns, for that explanation and for your openness and your frankness, of course.
Yes.
You've definitely have come a long way. And it is encouraging to see people who can take the advantage when an opportunity or a door is open for them, whether it's for second chances or whatever, to be so successful as you are. And of course, it's just really a wonderful story. Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair. I too I've reviewed the lengthy investigative materials in the control board's meeting with your affirmative presentation. And like Judge Assad, I am impressed with your 50-year, I thought it was 40-year, but it sounded like you added about 10 years.
Yeah, if I go back to the poker room, yes.
I thought it was like 40, but I'm satisfied of what you've accomplished in the last 2 years, and that you'd be successful in your future endeavors as the CEO of this organization, having learned from your past. So I do support your application. It just reminds me as I sit here on this commission, and as I've both on this commission and as a state court judge, how very different the rurals can operate than big cities like Las Vegas. As you can see, with both the commission and the control board, we represent the entire state, all of Nevada. And so the members are always tasked with making sure that compliance and regulation are fair and uniform throughout the entire state, whether it's rural or a big city. I mean, I too have come from a small town, and so it's very different. But that's why we want it to be uniform. And that's why you've been called in or had the 2-year limitation previously, just to make sure.
Exactly.
Just so that you understand, why we're doing what we're doing. But good luck again. And you've done fine work over the last 2 years. So thank you for coming here today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. Zorns. I was here when you addressed us 2 years ago and received the 2-year limited license. I understood the reasons for it at the time. I think now it's time to put that behind us. You've done a great job. You've maintained the support of your employer, and you do seem to have a touch for those small rural markets. So I'm happy to support your application and allow this, without limitation, and just allow you to go forward as you have in the past and continue to do good work in Nevada. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Zorns, good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to meet you today, but I think we've met previously. We're talking about all these rural places you've been, but I've been in the Red Lion Convention area for countless dinners and things, but your hospitality, and I think we actually discussed the airline. When you come into Elko from the west, the airport's right there, and always amused to see the airplane with the logo on it, and because commercial air service was always so problematic. I was subsidized by U.S. Department of Transportation, not always, and so just the initiative at that point in time. I understand it didn't make sense later, but just appreciate the elbow grease and imagination and aggressiveness that you all took to do that. Coffee's been another theme. El Capitan in Mineral County was the only place you could get a cup of coffee in the entire county. It was before the McDonald's was put in a long time ago, but always in the middle of the night, it was always great, that free coffee right off the floor, and always appreciated those little touches. I had 40 years in my notes. I appreciate the 50, or we'll call it, half a century of experience. You're someone who could write a book on all that you've seen, all that you've done, especially the color of rural Nevada being such an important part of it. I appreciated Chair Hendrick's conversation with you in the Gaming Control Board meeting where Nevada doesn't have an expiration date on licensing. We like to freshen it up when there are new faces, and there's a routine about it, but there's no benchmark there. But with those issues, and I think that was in 2018, 19, especially after the decades you've spent in the industry, but you learn about yourself, you learn who your friends are and all of that, but to have completely convinced the folks at the Gaming Control Board, and I think you have Mr. Reinhardt has been standing by your side in all of this. What a testament to you, your durability, your experience, your decency, and your skill set. So I'm perfectly comfortable to supporting your application today and going forward. Good luck, sir.
Well, I believe Commissioner Solis Rainey and I were here for the last, I think it's just us, right? Everybody else wasn't here yet. So that last meeting was a little rough.
Yes, it was.
And I'm sure it left an indelible mark in your mind.
Very much so.
And so, but that's the point of it, right? So we took you to task on a lot of issues. And then we approved you for 2 years, and exactly what we hoped would happen happened, right? You've taken this new position with the support of your employers, and you have done very well and haven't had any issues whatsoever, which is exactly what we had hoped for. And so thank you for that. We know this process isn't easy. We know that coming before us is can be very challenging. And, you know, you did it and you were forthright and you went through that process, and here you are 2 years later and we don't have any issues. And so thank you for that. And so I just wanted to say, I'm going to support your application for those reasons and ask for someone to make a motion at this time.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of non-restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion? Sorry. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed.
Thank you very much. And I'd really like to thank Agent Petronzi, who did my investigation. She was very good to work with, and a pleasure to answer all her questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, at this time, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Auric Knowles for finding of suitability as a key executive and for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Before we start this agenda item, I guess what I would ask during this agenda item, if the court reporter could let us know if they're okay.
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you
You're fine?
very much. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to check. That's a lot of finger flying. All right, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, and staff of the commission. My name is Taylor Gould with the law firm Fenimore Craig, appearing with Eric Allen Knowles on his application for a finding of suitability as Vice President, Hospitality Strategies with Bally's Corporation and licensing as General Manager of Tropicana Las Vegas, Inc. I work with Dan Reeser, who could not make it today and apologizes to the commission for his absence. I am pleased to introduce Mr. Knowles to the commission. We appreciate the professionalism and diligence of Chief Hoffman and his staff in processing the application. We wanted to specifically thank the investigative team of Deputy Chief Rippey, Supervisor Moyle, and Agent Stewart. At the chair's instruction, we are prepared to rest on the unanimous recommendation of the board, or we can provide you with an abbreviated affirmative presentation, whatever you prefer.
Would you mind?
Sure.
Would you mind stepping up and telling us, about yourself? And this is your opportunity to brag because you have to.
Thank you for that. My name is Eric Knowles. I moved to Las Vegas almost 30 years ago with my wife. We're the proud parents of two daughters who are grown now. We started my career at the Ashton Hills Inn in Ashland, Oregon as a front desk agent, and came to Las Vegas lured by the UNLV catalog. Came to school and started working as a front desk agent at the Monte Carlo. Went from Monte Carlo to the Venetian, was an opening member of both Monte Carlo and the Venetian. Was there for a short time. And I was recruited by the VP of Hotel Operations at the Monte Carlo, who is now at Mandalay Bay. Or was at Mandalay Bay. So went to Mandalay Bay, spent a lot of time there, opened the hotel, which is now the Delano. And then that is when MGM purchased Mandalay Resort Group. So that executive team then partnered with Turnberry out of Florida, and we became Fontainebleau Resorts. And I spent about a year in Miami at the Fontainebleau in Miami Beach, taking Hilton out of the property and creating our own brand. Came back to Las Vegas to open the Las Vegas Fontainebleau. We all know how that went on the first go around. And after that, when the bankruptcy happened, the Tropicana was under new ownership, and Alex Yemenigian was the new president. I interviewed with him and had been there for almost 14 years before we closed. The closing was, as I told the board, very emotional. We went through a lot of ownership changes over the years, and saying goodbye was tough, but I'm very excited about the new role and what's going to happen with the site. As you can see, the site is moving very quickly. It's almost completely down. My job today is focused on things like the implosion event that's going to happen in early October, and working as the VP of Hospitality Strategy, using my hospitality background with some of our other properties with Bally's. Right now, I've spent most of my time with Lake Tahoe property, The Mont Blue is still echoes as now it's a Bally's property. So we're working to kind of scrub that and work on our hotel marketing there. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you. And again, thanks for being here today.
you.
I'll start on this side. Commissioner Marcantonis.
Well, thank you for being here, Mr. Knowles. You're running out of hotels. I mean, there's not many left you haven't worked at yet, but keep up the great work. Impressive background. When you were front office agent at the Monte Carlo, was that when it opened? Was that
Correct.
not, was that, when was that? 96?
96, yes.
It was the only opening I've ever been to for about until recently, but it was a remarkable big opening.
Yes.
And I remember there was a lot of excitement in the local community about the fact that everyone felt the slots were very loose. Maybe they were right because it didn't last long as the Monte Carlo, but still was a very beautiful property. But congratulations. With all of those experiences, was there any one that you would say has been the highlight of your path?
You know, I think when I left Vegas for a brief period of time and went to Miami, I thought that I do a lot. And going into another market, I learned very quickly I don't know everything. So understanding how regional properties work, regional hotels, how they differ from the Las Vegas market, understanding seasonality, that sort of thing was a good development in my career and kind of set me onto a new trajectory.
And did the Fontainebleau in Miami have very similar characteristics to the one that is opened here?
It does. It does.
The bow tie, chandeliers, and all of those little nuances.
A lot of branding, a lot of historical artifacts in the Miami Beach property that they've done now as part of their branding for today. It's very cool to look at.
Wow. Anyway, thank you for that and a great background. I have no hesitation in supporting your application today. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. I'm just delighted to approve your application. I'm impressed with a fellow UNLV graduate and what you've done in your career is just amazing, working your way up through the industry. So congratulations again. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're going to do with this new property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Knowles, I want to echo the comments. I appreciate you being here. This is a first for me, though. I don't know that I've ever, at least since I've been on the commission, that I've seen a application go forward on a property that's closed and has no gaming devices. And your applications for licensure as a key employee of that particular property?
Yeah. So
no, in Las Vegas.
Yeah. So Tropicana Inc., the entity, I'm still the general manager of that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I didn't have any questions. Your background is very impressive. You know, I'm sure that hospitality experience is coming in handy right now. What happened to all of the gaming devices? I know the property is pretty much cleared. I drive by it pretty frequently.
So most of them were transferred to other Bally's properties, the bulk of them being to Lake Tahoe, our Bally's Lake Tahoe. And that's 99% of them. There was a couple that were destroyed.
Just curious about that. I drive to the Aces games all the time, and I see how far along how you're doing, and it's moving along pretty quickly.
Very fast. Yeah.
So yeah, it's impressive. Thank you so much for being here. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Knowles. It's a great pleasure to see you. And Ashland, Oregon, spent a lot of time up there. I have a daughter who's a musical theater kid, so Shakespeare road tripping was a regular thing. So it's a good place to come from. But you are Nevadan. You've been here for, I think you said 30 years.
Yes.
And we're talking about the story that people have, but you are so authentic and organic in all of this, and UNLV and started it at the front desk. So you've seen it all. You've all done a magnificent job in a really difficult time at the Trop, man, the emotions and the jobs, you've heard us speak about that. That transition is going to take some time, but I think you've all handled it exceedingly well. I appreciate your time, and Commissioner Solis Rainey. It is amusing, if you will, to be licensed for a property that's not a property right now, just a project waiting to happen.
Yeah.
And any updates on when construction will, we know when implosion is going to happen, but any dates on construction for a ballpark?
We don't have a date yet, but we're coming very close.
Yeah, well, you said that 2 weeks ago, so I was
Yeah.
hoping maybe, I got an update from someone else that they're getting a CISO, so I thought, I'd go 2 for 2 here, get some news. The Lake Tahoe properties, very important to Douglas County and Tahoe Douglas. I keep talking about rural Nevada, but this is I could literally walk to your property, but it has been such a part of the community, and I hope it continues to be. That stage area in the back is used by, all the local dance clubs and ski swaps and, just the things that, there are not many places that can host those kind of events, and your property's always open the door, and hopefully Bally's will continue that tradition. It's exciting, the event center. Do you have any comments on what was once a parking lot, which is now a stunning event center to help bring and drive room tax and guests for gaming opportunity in Lake Tahoe?
Yeah, it was built and opened before I first visited it, and I had heard about it, but seeing it up close is something different. It's such an amazing opportunity, not just for our property, but for the whole community. And so we're definitely looking for ways to partner with them better. Parking sometimes can be a challenge, and that's part of our job, is to figure those things out. And it has improved. So it's just amazing how much better it looks up there, and look forward to continuing that.
It's a spectacular facility that I know has already had concerts, and for the record, it is ice capable. So there's hockey. Perfect site for curling competitions, just in case you're curious and looking to fill your calendar. And
we'll put it on the agenda.
Eager. That is now you've got me, completely. But fully support your application. I think this is a great story. You got a lot of work in front of you, but appreciate what you've accomplished so far, and what I'm excited to see going forward. And perhaps to council, any updates? I'll try with you on Mr. Kim's definitive merger agreement, or any updates on that end. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. I know Mr. Reeser is your colleague and did the gaming control board stint, but.
Yes, my name is Taylor Gould, and I have no updates other than what Dan reported at the Gaming Control Board. But we continue to prepare the necessary applications.
Well, he didn't provide much definition, but he did it for 20 minutes. So nothing else. All right. I tried. Fully support and respect all you've done. And thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Well, I also appreciate you being here today, and thank you for that. It does make you feel old, though, when your second job that you ever had in your life while you were in college at UNLV, also a grad, is being imploded. So a lot of you going to exist anymore. I'm still going through the emotional 7 stages anyway. So we appreciate you being here. Thank you. You're obviously eminently qualified, and I'll speak for myself, support your application wholeheartedly. And at this time, we'll call for a motion.
Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair, I would move for the approval of number 7 on the non-restricted gaming as recommended. I'm sorry, as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice day.
Madam Secretary, at this time, could you please read in to the record non-restricted number 8?
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Avi Casino Enterprise, Inc., doing business as Avi Resort and Casino, for an amendment to order. It is also the applications of Eric Jackson and Richard Cook for licensure as a director or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Kelsey Banu. I'm an attorney with McDonald Carano here on behalf of the Avi Casino Enterprise, Inc. With me in person is applicant Richard Brian Cook, General Manager of the AV. Sitting behind us in the audience is Trella Lillard, Chairperson of the AV Board of Directors. And then with us appearing via Zoom is applicant Eric Jackson, a Director of the AV's Board of Directors. Thank you again for letting him appear virtually. We're here today to respectfully request the approval of the applications as read on the record by Madam Secretary, Richard Brian Cook's application as General Manager, Eric Jackson's application as Director, and then an amendment to the AV's order. With that, if it would please you, I will pass the floor over to Mr. Cook and Mr. Jackson to briefly introduce themselves and then open up to any questions you may have.
Before we do that, is it draft number 1, June 24th, 2024?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you for confirming that.
All right. So, hello.
Hello. Good morning, Chair Tagliotti and members of the commission. Thank you for having me here today. I really appreciate this. I just wanted to give you a brief history. I've got 30 years of experience. I started my first position up in Reno at the Flamingo, Reno downtown, and then transferred from the Hilton property down into Laughlin, which I've been in Laughlin ever since. Spent 20 years working with various properties, same property, but it ended up being the Aquarius now. And 10 years ago, I took a position at the AV, which the last 6 years, I've been the general manager there. 3 years was working with the Warner Gaming since the AV had a management contract with them. And when that contract went away, the AV moved me back in as their general manager. So that's where I've been now. So I've lived pretty much all of my life in the Laughlin area, except for about 3 years when I was in Reno and the time I spent when I was away in college. But other than that, I really enjoy working at the AV. It's a family kind of run organization. They really care about their people. And it's one of it is the largest entity for the Fort Mojave Indian tribe. So it's very important to me and to everybody that works there that we do everything we can to make that property successful, prosperous, because it then in turn sends revenues down to the Fort Mojave Indian tribe.
Thank you for that introduction, and we appreciate you being here today. I would ask my colleagues if any of them have any questions, Commissioner Marcantonis, or comments.
Yeah.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Cook. I was obviously very interested to hear your presentation in front of the Gaming Control Board. One of the items that you touched on and realizing your varied responsibilities at the location was that you had mentioned that the customer dining habits of the clientele that you attract have been changing. And I was fascinated by that, because I was thinking about how would they change, realizing or at least thinking of the location. And I wonder if you could give a bit more color behind that.
Well, I mean, what we have found is that the majority, 80% of our business is local business.
Okay.
And it just, after the COVID took place, it seems like more people will come over. The gaming revenues are great, but it's just really difficult. We did get rid of our buffet, which in the buffet used to be subsidized by marketing. But when we eliminated the buffet, and one of the reasons we did that, we just couldn't afford to keep the food costs just outrageous the last 4 years, but we just find that people are more interested in coming over, enjoying the gambling and the entertainment and not the food. So it's really strange. We've had a difficult time trying to figure that out, but the labor market within the food and beverage down in the Laughlin area, very difficult at this time, very hard to find qualified cooks. And we do everything we can to try to build those people within the property, try to develop them, give them the skill set. But, it's a very difficult, it's just different. I don't know why the eating habits have changed so much, and it's one of those things that I don't know. I don't understand it.
So you still have 3 full-service restaurants? Is that what I
Yeah,
understood?
well, we have a food court, which has got a Panda Express, a Sbarro's, we have a Subway. We also have a cafe, Feathers Cafe. And then we have an AHA Cantina, which supports our pool area.
Yeah, fast and simple is what people are looking for.
Seems to be. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. I was very fascinated by
Thank
to
you.
listen to you say that. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you for being here. I really didn't have any questions. I wanted to thank Mr. Jackson for his service, with the Army. I didn't know if there's a separate presentation, but thank you for all of your service and what you've done over the years in the Army. And I fully support the application, so I didn't have any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Mr. Cook, thank you for being here and for the update on the property. Where is the property located? It's been a bit since I've been in Laughlin.
We're about 15 miles south of the strip properties in Laughlin. We are 300 yards from California, 300 yards from Arizona. We sit right on the
So you're
right on the border.
You're not on that main thoroughfare. Okay, that's
No.
why I'm like, I don't remember that one. How long has the property been open?
It's going to be 30 years in February.
Okay. And is it built on the former Hobby Indian Reservation?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many tribal members does the tribe have?
Currently we have about 65 tribal. I'm sorry.
I didn't know how large the tribe was. I wasn't familiar.
The tribe itself has 1,400 tribal members. We employ roughly between 60 and 70 of those.
Yeah, I saw that you had about 70 employed and you provide employment for about 328 people full-time.
Yep.
Well, is it 328 full-time and 200 part-time? So for 500 something?
Yeah, when I started the application, it was about that. We're up to about 500 team members at this point. As it keeps growing and adding the business back. But yeah, we have about 300 and a little over 300 full-time.
Okay. Yeah, that's about what you had on our application. It said 528 total, 328 full-time. So, great. I don't have any concerns with your background and, I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate you being here so we can meet you in person though.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cook, thank you again for being with us today and sharing your story. I am fully comfortable with your experience and skill sets and what you've done. I mean, you are it's very easy for me to support you today. I do have just some governance, perhaps related questions, and I don't know if Mr. Jackson was going to be presenting separately or Chairwoman Lillard was going to discuss things, but I'm happy just to ask questions and Mr. Jackson can respond if that's appropriate.
Sure. If it would please you, I was going to have Mr. Eric Jackson briefly introduce himself and then answer questions.
And Madam Chair, I'll hold my questions and if Mr. Jackson wants to give a presentation.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. And at this time, Mr. Jackson, if you want to introduce yourself and say a few things, we'd appreciate it.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I am Eric Jackson. Just want to thank you for allowing me to appear by video. I grew up in the Mojave Desert. I look at landscapes. I don't look at borders. So to me, the tri-state area is where primary Needles, California, Mojave Valley, Laughlin, Nevada is where I grew up. As a youth, I was an avid athlete, played basketball, baseball, football, and believe it or not, for a state runner-up in basketball in 1990 and 1988, won the championship for the state of Nevada. A lot of people don't believe that or understand that, but that is a fact. From there, I went to college in San Diego Mesa. And then from there, I transferred over to the Army. So my work experience is Army leadership. 27 years I had served in the United States Army, 23 of those years in a leadership role from the junior level to the senior level. Senior level, over 17 years of Army leadership. I served overseas for 10 years. Some of the places I served were Germany, Bosnia twice, Hungary, Iraq. I deployed 4 times. My primary occupations I held in the military were logistics, Army recruiter, maintenance, transportation. And in those particular fields, a lot of depth within those fields and background. So for far as me coming into gaming, I've told a story to the board. It goes back 40 years for me. It's real personal for me. It goes for the elders when I was a child that looked out for me. And it's full circle now to me to be back here 40 years to represent those elders that had looked out for me when I was a child. Other than that, that concludes my bio. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you appearing by Zoom today. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead since, segue over to Commissioner Krolicki's questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Jackson, thank you for being with us today. Thank you. I know it's an automatic saying, but with great feeling, thank you for your service. You did it for decades. I believe you even were injured in service of our country. So you're one of our finest. So appreciate that. My question is really, you talked a little bit about governance and committees with the Gaming Control Board, but this is a space that I really care about, and maybe Chairwoman Lillard can assist. I know she's in the audience. We don't want to waste your trip here today. You make your work between the two of you, but could you describe the governance, within the board? It might be a little bit different because I know, there's a tribal, structure on top. And my wife is on the Indian Commission for Nevada, so she's regularly dealing with, tribal issues and these kind of things. They describe it as economic development, and most in Nevada don't. We try to develop outside of gaming, but I know how important this is. But could you describe the committee structures? And for Mr. Jackson, do you have a traditional, audit committee, comp committee, and admin? How do you structure those committees, and what will Mr. Jackson be doing? And for gaming purposes, do you have a compliance committee?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. So yes, so how the board is structured currently is obviously there's 7 members. They go through background with Nevada Gaming Control Board. I am the chairperson of the board of directors. I have a vice chair and we have a secretary. We do have a compensation committee, and we do have a audit compliance committee. So
audit and compliance are the same committee members?
No, they're different.
They're
So
separate.
it's made up of obviously board members, but each subcommittee is different members of our current board.
All right. And the rhythm, I think you meet with the tribal entity twice a year. I think I read that in the records, but from the Avi Casino standpoint, how often do you meet, and what are going to be the responsibilities for Mr. Jackson?
So we meet monthly, and when we report to our tribal council, it's usually quarterly. And we just have quarterly updated meetings, obviously on financial information that's going on with the property. And then as far as board member wise, we meet again, primarily monthly. If something comes up and we need to, schedule a meeting or have another meeting scheduled, then I will conduct one. However, roles and responsibility is just maintaining the integrity and making sure that the property is not only well established, making sure that financially we are stable, making sure that our team members are adequately taken care of, and making sure that the integrity of the tribe, first and foremost, is always what we're going to make sure of.
You've always got another layer, and I think you've been licensed for 10 years.
Correct.
Yeah. So congratulations on your leadership and role in this. I still don't know if I heard what Mr. Jackson's specific. The chairwoman's doing a good job for you, Mr. Jackson. But
I'm happy to explain. From like she had mentioned, we meet on a Friday, the last Friday of each month. For me, it's providing leadership for us, like she said, standards, and advise executive staff for us throughout the month. And as far as us, we cover various matters, which include financial planning, strategic planning, property projects. As a whole, that's kind of, just to sum it up, that's kind of what we do when we do meet. And as far as meeting tribal council, I said 2, but because of COVID and the times that we just came past, I've seen them twice a year, but we do meet them quarterly. And annually, we meet, there's addressing of the tribal community of what we're currently doing and what the future projects that we have. Is that explain?
I've been clear, but which of the audit, you have a comp committee, a compliance committee, an audit committee, Mr. Jackson, what will your assignments be on the board as a director?
I am not part of any of the committees.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he is not a part of any of those committees. So our compensation committee is myself, Agatha Sosi, she is my vice chair, and Sheila McCord, she is a member. And then our compliance committee is obviously myself, member Kathy Castillo, and member Debbie Jackson.
Like Mr. Jackson, you've got it easy being an independent director. And for the record, there's a director Jackson. Is that, I know your wife's name is Elizabeth, but are you related to Director Debbie Jackson?
No, I'm not. Actually, far as the last name Jackson, it's two different families. I come from two different tribes. My mother is Mojave, and my father is Gila River, Pima. The name Jackson comes from my father. Her father is African American, and so it's two different families.
All right, fine. So and thank you for indulging that. That brought clarity to my questions. So other than the fact that the buffet is closed and Judge Asada is very sad to see any buffet in Nevada close, I'm fully supportive of the application today. Congratulations, and you've got a lot of work to do, but good luck.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Jackson, thank you for being with us. I watched your presentation during the board meeting, and I wanted to add my thanks for your service, and not only to our nation, but also for coming back and serving your tribe. I think it's important to have people that, go leave the tribe to do other things, eventually come back and provide that leadership. So I appreciate that, and I'm happy to support your application. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
I ditto Commissioner Solis Rainey's comments. Thank you for your service and thank you for coming back to the tribe. You're right, Commissioner. Very, very impressive. No hesitation in supporting the applications today. Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
I think I already spoke before, but I fully support your applications and thank you.
All right. I echo the comments of my fellow commissioners. Appreciate you being here to answer all of our questions. And at this time would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board pursuant to draft number 1 dated 6/24/24, which it looked like it just had some cleanup changes.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much, all of you. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We just also wanted to thank Agent Raquel Bridges and then Deputy Chief Russell Teggio for their assistance on the applications.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 10?
The court reporter is actually requesting a break now.
I was waiting for that. All right, at this time, we're going to, it's 11:43. If we could take a 7-minute break.
7 minutes.
7 to, it's never 7. It's court time.
Lucky 7. 7.
It's court time. 7 means 11. Thank you. All right, it looks like we're ready to resume. All right, thank you. Madam Secretary, we're back on the record after the comfort break. Please read in non-restricted number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications of Terrence O'Donnell Jr. for licensure as a key executive and key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Still good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you. Chair Togliatti, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, on behalf of the applicants today. The applicant here is with me, Terrence O'Donnell. He is, as Madam Secretary, he's a senior vice president, general manager at the Caesar's Palace in the Cromwell, and he's here for licensure as a key executive and key employee at those two properties. Chair Togliatti, we're prepared to provide Mr. O'Donnell's prepared to provide a abbreviated presentation from presentation or take Q&A directly. It's up to whatever you prefer.
Well, we would love for you to step forward and introduce yourself. We always appreciate the opportunity to meet you in person. So thank you for being here.
Great. Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, thank you for the privilege of being here today and allowing me to introduce myself. Terrence O'Donnell Jr., I'm the general manager for Caesar's Palace in the Cromwell in Las Vegas. I've been with Caesars Entertainment since 2002. When I moved to Las Vegas, started with the company at Las Vegas Hilton, worked there for 2 years in food and beverage, transferred over to Paris, Las Vegas in 2004. Spent the next 11 years there. Those properties are potted together. At the time when I transitioned over, it was Bally's, and then the company acquired Planet Hollywood. That became the pod, Paris, Bally's, and Planet Hollywood. Worked in food and beverage there in a number of positions until 2015, leaving the property as food and beverage director for all three properties. In the fall of 2015, I left the company for 18 months to go work with a former boss and mentor of mine who had started a consulting company in food and beverage to open restaurants in a number of different places around the country, a few internationally. We also did some consulting work for some local companies and some national companies. You had a chance to come back to Caesars Entertainment in 2017 in food and beverage at Caesar's Palace. Did that up until 2020 when we shut down for COVID. When we reopened from COVID, my duties expanded beyond food and beverage. I oversaw marketing for the region of Las Vegas, as well as assumed oversight of the hotel operation at Caesar's Palace. In 2021, I got the opportunity to be promoted to assistant general manager for Caesar's Palace and the Cromwell. Started to learn the gaming side of the business, starting with slots, and then starting to help with some table games and marketing the marketing side of the business again. And then in the fall of 2023, was promoted to the role that I have today, which is senior vice president and general manager for those two properties, Caesar's Palace and the Cromwell. Been with the company again for 20 of the past 22 years. Met my wife with the company. We currently have 3 beautiful children at home, and I'm just happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for being here. We appreciate it, and also your presentation. At this time, I would ask Commissioner Marcantonis, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you for being here, Mr. O'Donnell, and very solid career. When you first started at the Hilton, was it Park Place Entertainment at the time?
It certainly was, yes.
I think another icon in gaming in those days, was it Arthur Goldberg or Stephen Bollenbach do you remember at all?
My boss was our vice president of food and beverage at the time. His name was Ben Sasaki.
Oh.
And I believe his boss was Bill Bigelow, who was the president of the company.
Yes, I remember him now that you mention that very well. And then you were at Caesars as well.
That's right.
Quite remarkable. Great background, very solid. And of course, now you have does the Cromwell still has Dre's as the rocking night spot at the top there?
That's right.
I've aged myself out of that, I think, a bit. So that's why I'm checking that without saying I've actually seen it in the last few weeks or two. I wouldn't want to say that. Okay, good. Well, thank you for being here. You've got a very solid background behind you, and it's a very fine company. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. You have a very impressive resume here in Las Vegas in the industry. I just noticed in the executive summary that Caesar's Palace has 7 pools now. And back when I was a lifeguard during college 40 years ago, there was just 2. And I'd hide at the upper one because the lower pool was so hard to lifeguard.
That's right.
But it was Caesar's was like the only game in town back then. And some of my best memories were working there at those pools. So anyway, like I said, I don't know where the 7 pools are, but pretty impressive. So I fully support your application. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. We've just announced we're opening an 8th next summer. So always
And can
expand.
I ask, where are all these pools? I mean, where do they put them all? Are they all in the middle part where they used to be?
That's right. All of the current pools are in the middle part between the towers, and then the 8th pool will be a partnership with the Tau Group. It'll be in the front of the hotel where we currently have an empty parking lot that
Wow.
borders the strip.
How neat. Well, thank you for that. I look forward to visiting these pools. Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your presentation. All my questions were answered. Thank you.
Commissioner Korlicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, sir, Mr. Giordano. Impeccably qualified. Caesar's is fortunate to have someone like you. And again, you took the food and beverage route, but just your career within Caesar's has been impeccable. It's been steady. It's been impressive, and hard work gets you where you want to be. So thank you for being in front of us today and during the process. But I'm excited to support you. I actually have a question about your wife. She was at the Mirage Talent Acquisition Manager and Human Resources. She needs her own skills right now. May I ask what your wife is now doing?
She's actually still at the Mirage. So the human resources team has a lot of work to do to, close out the property and assist team members with unemployment claims and things of that nature. So she's actually busier than she had been when the property was open.
Interesting.
She's still doing that.
And your beautiful children, as you described them, 3 of them, and they're all in single digits of age. Is that true?
That's right. No longer actually. My son
10.
Trey is 11. My son Bobby just turned 8 last weekend, and my daughter Madeline will have her 5th birthday in September.
Well, good on you. Savor those years. They grow up. I'm completely comfortable supporting your application today. Good on you and good on Caesar's.
Thank you.
Yes, I echo those comments. You're incredibly qualified and have a very clean background, and I'm going to call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 10 as written to the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I spoke over you. I apologize. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. We appreciate you being here and your patience today.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 11?
Non-restricted number 11 are the applications of Krezimir Spaj for finding of suitability as a manager and key executive as noted on the agenda, and for licensure as a manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, again, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing on behalf of the Bedford entities listed on the agenda as Madam Secretary read in the record. With me at the podium is Mr. Spayek, the applicant for with these different positions are finding suitability as a manager and key executive, and also as a licensure as a manager. Mr. Spayek is prepared to give a brief presentation of his background, and we can then take questions after that if you'd like.
Please, we would appreciate that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Togliatti and esteemed members of the commission. It's a pleasure to meet you all for the first time. I would like to thank you for having me today. I would also like to thank Agent Lambert for guiding me to this process until today. I'm going to just be brief. I'm going to talk a bit about my personal background. I assume that you're quite familiar with my professional career. I'm going to touch that a bit as well. And then whatever questions you have for me, I'm happy to answer. So I've been born in Croatia, which was back then part of the former Yugoslavia. I lived most of my life there until the age of 37. I finished my education there all the way until the college. I have a diverse education background in kinesiology, law, management, and humanities. I'm married for 13 years now. I have 2 kids, 10 and 12, 2 girls. I live in South Florida most of my time, but I commute very often to Las Vegas, where we have our headquarters based here. I come every 2-3 weeks here for usually a week at a time. When it comes a bit about myself, how I would describe myself, right? I'm a self-made man through hard work, determination, and positive attitude. I enjoy learning and advancing professionally and personally. Important to me is family, work, and social engagement. And some values that I try to live by is honesty, determination, loyalty, respect, and integrity. When it comes to my career, I like to think of myself as transformational executive, an entrepreneur. I enjoy working for companies that are seeking growth and expansion. That's what I've been focusing most of my life. I've been working in quite a few industries. I started my professional career as a professional athlete. I was a professional soccer player. It didn't last that too long, but I was there. After this, I work in education. I was a lecturer and associate professor at the university. I also had a stint in advertising, but most of my career I spent in gaming, where I started in 2006. When it comes to my professional gaming career, I've been working in all gaming verticals, channels, right, and types of the industries. I started in 2006 working for Bet and Win, which is now BWin, which is a part of Entain Group. I worked for a couple of other digital companies until in 2013. I haven't come to the US to launch the first regulated online casino in New Jersey. At that point of time, I was consulting for Boy Gaming Group, which owned Borgata, and we were the first one to launch that online casino in New Jersey. I had a short stint with Rush Street Interactive. From Rush Interactive, I moved to Seminole Gaming and Hard Rock International, where I stayed the longest. I spent there 5 years, established their digital division. From there, I moved briefly to Great Canadian Entertainment and Apollo, and now I'm a chief executive of Betfred US, where my duties and responsibilities are overall strategic direction, management, oversight, and administration of the company in accordance with goals, objectives, and standards outlined by the board of directors of the company. So I try to be brief and give you an abbreviated version. So if you have any questions, please.
Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it and the opportunity to meet you. At this time, I would open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments. Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. No, I enjoyed your presentation and I am fully supportive of your application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Sake. I was very impressed to read and to hear your background in front of the Gaming Control Board. When you were with the Great Canadian and now you with Betfred, does Apollo have any interest in Betfred? No. Apollo was just with the Great Canadian at the time.
Correct.
So, well, good luck with your achievements going forward. But of course, it's interesting when you mention the professional football with Croatia. And just as a football fan myself, amongst other things, for many years, Croatia has really entered the national stage, the international stage, world soccer powers over the last 8 years, where they've really become stronger and stronger. Maybe you got out of it too soon.
I think that I made a good decision at the end. I was good, but I wasn't in international class. And, you know, I would say many people why Croatia is so good at football. I like the word that you used, European football, right? It's just a traditional game there. 80% of kids try that game. It's something which is very engraved. There is a good educational academies there. And I guess there is a bit of genetics and talent there as well. So I would describe it like this. I wish if I had a bit of more that talent.
It's in the world's top 10 now at this point, so that's well done. It's interesting. Thank you. Very satisfied with your background and your credentials, and I'll have no hesitation in supporting your application today, Mr. Sayek. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Spake. I didn't have any questions regarding your background. It's a very clean application. I was curious, though, did maybe the soccer gene skipped over to your girls? Do either one of them play soccer?
That's a good question. My younger one, he just absolutely loves soccer. I never kind of forced her into it. You know, being a professional athlete has its advantages and disadvantages, but she's just enamored in it, and that's all what she wants to do. The older one likes to experiment, but the younger one, yeah, plays soccer already 5 years now.
Wow.
And she's pretty good at it.
Well, good. Maybe that'll be your ticket to the pros again.
Maybe.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, sir. And, you know, I've heard your name pronounced different ways. Council says Spag, but I thought I heard you say Spige.
Actually, that's excellent. That's a proper pronunciation.
Spige.
Spige.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you for being with us. What a interesting background you have, and I'm going to be jealous of you. I suspect where you've studied, you speak at least 4 languages fluently.
I speak 3 fluently and a couple of more I can get by.
But German and Italian in addition to the English and Croatian. Well, good for you. I always, you know, as an American, we're not very good with language, and I just envy the folks who come from Europe who are if not quadlingual. Couple quick questions. You know, extraordinary education background and pieces, and you know, it's an eclectic story, but it all fits together. And you know, it's fun to see where you've come out, you know, at the end of those different roles. But in your CV, I know you didn't work with Apollo, but could you describe that project with Apollo?
I don't think that I can describe in details what I work for Apollo at, but as you know, Apollo owns quite a bit of assets into the gaming. And at some point of time, they were also focusing on a digital gaming. And there was an idea how we can maybe leverage all of these assets and combine maybe one independent asset to make it a success in the digital gaming world as well. And this is what I've been focusing last 10 years of digital transformation of large casino organizations. And that was a part of my engagement there as well.
Thank you for that. And a question about just geography. You know, I think Betfred folks are primarily domiciled in the UK and in Manchester. You're a US citizen now, you live in Florida, but how does that work? You know, there is some time difference and things, but I would have guessed you would have been in Manchester, not in Florida.
Yeah, look, I work between 3 time zones, Europe, Eastern time and Western time. I'm very used to wake up at 4:30 a.m. and go to bed at 12 p.m., right, at 12 a.m. So you just get used to it. I've been working in international environment for quite a long time, and I'm used to this mix of the zones, but it imposes occasional inconveniences when you work in between so many zones.
You must be good at what you do if they indulge that. Which position did you play in soccer?
I knew that you were going to ask that. It's a goalkeeper. I was a goalkeeper.
Really? You were a keeper?
Yeah. I'm a bit short for a goalkeeper, if you think of that, but yeah, that's what I did.
Good on you. And savor those girls. I have 3 daughters, no boys. But it's special. Take exquisite care of them and savor every moment you have. As I told the previous applicant, you don't get those days back. Enjoy every minute. I am enthusiastically in support of your application. Again, love the story, but your skills, your education, your experience, you know, good on Betfred for having you.
Thank you.
Sir, I concur with all of my colleagues' comments, and I'm going to call for a motion this time.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 11 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, you too. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 12.
Non-restricted number 12 are the applications of Justin Moore for finding of suitability as a manager and key executive at Mesquite Gaming LLC and for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Justin Moore. With your permission, I'm going to have him tell you a little bit about himself, but I want to stop and just say how wonderful these seats are.
We feel the same way, right?
We're really enjoying this.
So are we.
So with that, I'll open it up to Justin and let him tell you a little bit about himself.
Good afternoon. For the record, Justin Moore, CEO, Mesquite Gaming. It's a pleasure to be here, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm leaning over because during the board hearing, I was told that my voice went in and out from the microphone due to my vertical challenges presented today. For the record, I'd also like to mention I'm 6'8" for all those that are asking or wondering. I get that a lot. I'm very excited to be here. This is an incredible day and milestone for myself and my career. It's a privilege to be in front of you. For Mesquite Gaming, we own and operate the Casablanca Resort and the Virgin River casinos, two iconic properties in Mesquite. I oversee the strategic operations, direction, guidance of the properties, as well as overseeing all of our capital projects, which are numerous at this time, and building and cultivating a phenomenal culture for our employees. We have over 1,000 employees there that I work with daily, and very excited to continue our process. As you know, the properties were purchased in December by Oak Tree Capital, and I report to that board. I'm very familiar with the area, city of Mesquite. My very first job in this fabulous industry was as a food server at the Mesquite Star. I worked there until the day they told me go home, we're bankrupt and closing. So, but that gave me enough of a experience working in this industry that I just loved it so much. Being a kid from St. George, born in St. George, graduated high school there. And I had family in Las Vegas, so it was an easy transition for me to come down to Las Vegas. I started with Joker's Wild for 1 year and then moved to Station Casinos, starting at Boulder Station. Congratulations to them on their 30th anniversary. Worked there for over 10 years. And just multiple properties with Station Casinos, mostly as food and beverage, but they do have a phenomenal slot training program that I was very eager to join. Became a slot director through that program, and that really launched my career. Became eventually assistant general manager over at Green Valley Ranch Resort. From there, I was recruited to head to upstate New York. My wife is born in the Berkshires of Massachusetts. All of our family is there. And so we made a move to upstate New York, worked for Rush Street Gaming for 4 years there, 2 years in Philadelphia, which was just a phenomenal experience for me in this role I am in currently, because it gave me that regional experience, which is much different than the Nevada local gaming areas. So very grateful for that experience I was able to gain there. From there, Oak Tree found me and asked me to come and join them on this project, which I'm ecstatic about. I'd like to say thank you publicly to Senior Agent Thompson for the investigation. She was phenomenal to work with. And also thank you to my wife, who was also a big part of the investigation and assisting in tracking down all the documents and everything. And she did a great job. Together, we have 3 children, and very recently a new grandchild. So pretty excited about the addition of the family, but it's a pleasure to be here in front of you and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you for being here. I got the opportunity to briefly meet you prior to the meeting. And, you know, when I was reviewing your materials, I was kind of surprised that you hadn't been before the Gaming Commission in Nevada for licensing, considering you have a lengthy gaming history of employment and have licensing in other states. But I think I mentioned I asked you how you found this Nevada process. And so I'll do so on the record.
Yeah, so the Nevada process is very, very thorough. Now, I did go through the key licensing process for the state of New York and also for Pennsylvania. And the multi-jurisdictional packet is the same packet. And that actually helped me prepare for this process. It was easy to just have all that data available and transpose. But it was harmless and actually it taught me more about myself that I did not know. So I appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate you being here and your patience until we got to your agenda item. And at this time, I'm going to open it up for my colleagues to have any questions or comments. Commissioner Krolicki or Solis Rainey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Moore, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for being with us today. And Mr. Goodwell, thank you for your representation as always. Love the story. You've been doing this stuff for a long time, and it is nice that you're finally in front of the Gaming Commission here. And I know if it's a milestone, but we appreciate anyone who goes through this process. And as we tease, your whole life is now in a folder, and you're welcome. It's easy. Could you describe a little bit about your relationship with the Oak Tree folks and that transition, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So I report directly to the board made up of Oak Tree plus John Connolly from Interblock is also sitting on that board. So my relationship with them is relatively new for me in my life. I met them just a few months prior to accepting this role. But they've been phenomenal to work with. They're just amazing individuals with incredible backgrounds with their resume as well as education. They are a big part of the capital projects that we are doing for Mesquite. We've already reinvested millions of dollars this year into both properties, $6 million alone just in brand new slot machines for the floors, as well as remodeling the Casablanca casino floor, brand new bar, brand new showroom. We're going to be remodeling another bar later this year. We're adding a phenomenal lounge to the Catherine Steakhouse at Casablanca. And then the Virgin River will be seeing some construction walls going up later this month to build our brand new sports book at the Virgin River. We're taking a space that was just an old movie theater, vacant, and turning it into a fabulous state-of-the-art sports book. And we're adding 90 additional units there to that floor. So Oak Tree and their team, they're definitely involved, helping me understand the financial analysis of these projects and understanding what the investments look like.
Yeah, they're quality folks. We've had a chance to meet them on several occasions in the past year. Seen them in Southern California, but they're delivering what they promised, and you're an instrument of that investment, in Nevada, and it's just exciting to watch, and it's exciting I can imagine to be part of, and just from a financial opportunity, I think they're being very generous, and this is with the compensation and 100% bonus, they're very generous with you, and hopefully you can maximize those opportunities. But what an extraordinary opportunity for you too. So take this approval if that's what it is today, and Godspeed, and just do them proudly in the state of Nevada. But I fully support your application.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore, thank you for being here. I had the opportunity to be in Mesquite not that long ago, volunteering to plant some trees along the Virgin River. And I was surprised how much the community has grown. How is business at both the properties right now?
The business has been great. This year we've seen some phenomenal numbers so far, especially from a year-over-year perspective. We've also been able to reinstitute some traditional offerings that the properties used to have prior to COVID, such as pool concerts out by the pool at Casablanca, as well as getting our buffet, which 2 buffets are currently operating at the properties, getting the other one back open. And so, the business has been strong for us. And that's what makes these projects so exciting, is we know that the future is bright with the reinvestments.
What's your demographic? There seems to be more excitement amongst the younger crowd about Mesquite.
It depends on the day. So during the weekend, we see the crowd get a little younger, and that's because of the out of towners that are coming in from Las Vegas, northern Utah, southern Utah. During the week, the crowd is slightly older. The average age of Mesquite is 65 years of age, and that's our bread and butter. Those are our locals, which we love. And the Virgin River sees more of the local crowd. However, Casablanca seems to be the property that is driving much of the out of towners to Mesquite. And then here in a few months, we're going to see those demographics change quite a bit because it will be cooler, and the city actually almost doubles in population because of the snowbirds that come back from the northern states and Canada. So it really just varies by day and by month.
Oh, interesting. I must have caught it on a young day. And I must say I'm a little bit jealous of your vertical challenges as my feet are struggling to touch the ground. But thank you for being here. Your background is impeccable, and I think they're happy to have you, but Oak Tree is a great company as well. So it's you're lucky to have them as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you for being here. Of course, Mr. Moore, obviously your TV commercials are working on Commissioner Solis Rainey. Are your commercials the one that say like Vegas used to be or something like that?
That is us. We inherited those commercials, but that's our brand.
Okay, and that's not because I'm watching a lot of TV because it's starting to sound like it, but it's working because I've actually have been with others who will say, when we may be watching something and they say, we need to go to that place. And I think to myself at the time, I think I'm not even sure where that place is, but they've worked on my fellow commissioners a good job. And I was going to ask you, where is your traffic coming from? And Las Vegas then is a big number for you as well as Utah, but locals from here getting out of Dodge for a while.
That's correct. Also, keep in mind too, St. George is one of the fastest growing cities in the United States. And so we're seeing a lot of traffic come from St. George. We did a lot of studies on the traffic moving into there, and we understand that gaming market is growing for us. So and that's a big part of our future and why we decided to reinvest so much into the properties.
Oh, good. Very interesting. Well done. In my time on the commission, I've not heard anyone refer to our process as it was just harmless. Almost feels, are we doing enough? maybe we should be a bit tougher, but anyway, thank you for that. No hesitation in supporting your application today, sir. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Again, thank you for being here today. And just piggybacking off what Commissioner Marcantonis just was referring to. You used to have these great specials, the Casablanca, where it was like $99. You'd either golf or spa. And so friends we'd always go there for the weekends. Do you have any specials like that coming up for the locals? What's going on with Casablanca? Just remodeling it for those new specials to bring in the locals here?
So those specials are quite famous, definitely from the legacy days of the properties. And so we maintain those specials. In fact, depending on the time of the year, the pricing does change. So if you want to come up and golf and stay in the room, it's only $49. That special is still in play. As the wintertime approaches, that goes up to $99, but it's still a phenomenal special, especially considering the two courses that we own and operate, Casablanca Golf Course, Palms Golf Course. They're both phenomenal courses. But the spa special actually went away. And that was one of the things that I asked the same question you did to my staff. Where's the spa special? So they had told me that they couldn't afford to do it at $99. I said, great, bring it back and charge accordingly. So I'm happy to say that we do have the spa special as well. And our spa is just very quaint, beautiful spa, and the services there are just amazing. So yeah, all of it's there ready for you whenever you're ready to book. So.
And you live in Henderson. Do you drive to Mesquite every day to oversee the properties?
So I'm not driving up there every day. I am spending a lot of my time in Mesquite. What I typically like to do is go up there and stay overnight, literally on property, to just maximize my time and conserve the miles on my truck.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious about that because you couldn't live any farther. You might as well live in St. George again.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, that was all the questions I had. Thank you.
You know, you may know this already, but a lot of the judicial conferences in our state are held in rural areas. And so that's some of memories, George, that I have of the Casablanca is judicial conferences because, you know, affordability wise, it was better for the members of our association, the judges associations. And so, I mean, it's been a long time since I've been out there, but apparently I have to check out the spa.
Yes.
Good to know. Okay, well, thank you for being here and answering questions about the property and your background. We appreciate you being here. And at this time, I'm going to ask if anyone has a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you and congratulations.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 13?
Non-restricted number 13 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the application of SCT Holdco LLC for registration as an intermediary company. You also have the applications of SCT Aliante Parkway LLC doing business as 76 Tavern Aliante and SCT Lamb and Centennial LLC doing business as 76 Tavern Centennial for a restricted gaming license. Finally, you have the applications of NP Opco LLC, SCT Holdco LLC, Jeffrey Welch and Stephen Cootie for finding of suitability and or licensure as a member, manager, officer, and or key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
But Madam Chair, I have a disclosure. All right, for the record, I want to make a disclosure regarding this non-restricted item number 13. My daughter, a senior in high school, has worked as a part-time pool ambassador at Red Rock Resorts since this past June, with the employment ending in November of 2024 when the pool closes for the winter. I do not believe that my daughter's non-gaming temporary part-time employment at Red Rock Resorts impedes the judgment of a reasonable person in my situation, and therefore I will be fully participating and voting on this matter and any future agenda items relating to Red Rock Resorts. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. I'm Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz, here on behalf of Red Rock Resorts and the various applicant subsidiaries and individuals. First, I'd like to thank you, Chair, for waiving the appearances of Mr. Cootie and Mr. Welch, who have appeared before the commission and been licensed on multiple occasions. They've been here multiple times in the past 3 years. We have a couple of company representatives here for this item. Should questions arise, I'd like to introduce them. From the operations side, we have Bobby Reel, who's a VP of our small properties division. She's sitting in the front row. And behind her is Mr. John Pascolato, the Senior VP of Regulatory Compliance. In terms of a presentation, we really don't have much. These are two restricted locations, as you know, and we're on the agenda, the non-restricted agenda only by virtue of the necessary amendment to the Red Rock Resorts Order of Registration. The company believes that this new tavern brand and division are a natural progression of their business model, catering to locals and serving the local population. The two applications in front of you are the first of several. There are two more pending, which we hope to be back for in December, and three more locations under lease. As in terms of the order of registration, we've reviewed draft number 1 dated July 15th, 2024, and do not have any issues with it, nor do we have any issues with the recommended conditions on the restricted licenses.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today and having your folks here for any questions. And you beat me to the punch on draft number one. So I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments. Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Rubenstein. Always a great pleasure to see you. I know you've got the whole team here behind you from Red Rock, but I'm not sure that they'll just be witnessing today. I think you've got it handled. I thought this was, very straightforward. No real questions, maybe some curiosity. So again, we've got 2 taverns today. There are 7 in total, these 2 being part of the 7.
7 in the pipeline, yes.
And, and I appreciate the new brand. And hopefully you can do it. I won't make anyone come up, but, just from a job wise, what's the anticipated staffing needs for these 2, if not the 7? What can
I'm going to
challenge I made somebody come up.
I'm going to ask Ms.
You
Real
needed someone to bail you
respond to
out.
that.
Good afternoon, Bobby Real. So about 25 team members per tavern.
Okay. No, that's great. No, it's wonderful. No, I thank you. I'm perfectly comfortable to support. Again, I think it's straightforward, and good luck on you on this new endeavor.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here. With respect to the management of each tavern, how is the management structured?
So there is one general manager, assistant general manager, and a kitchen manager. And then we have a director of operations that will oversee the tavern division.
So one director of operations is going to be over the 7?
Yes, that's correct.
I didn't have any other questions. I mean, you answered the one about the number of employees, and they're all new construction, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I assume they're all going to have the 76 tavern, whatever for the location?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Thank you so much. I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you for being with us. Good seeing you again, Mr. Rubenstein. And I am very supportive of this whole new initiative by the company, and have no hesitation in supporting this application after listening to the presentations to the Nevada's Gaming Control Board and reading all about it. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Well, I concur with my fellow commissioners. I was just curious as to what the theme, the 76, theme is throughout these taverns.
So American themed. Yeah, so American food, red, white, and blue is our logo of the station. So American. Handcrafted food, neighborhood, local place to go.
Great. Thank you.
Wasn't there something in the RJ recently about the proliferation of these local?
I believe the 76 coincides with the opening of the Bingo Palace in 1976. And so it was an extension of that, and then to build in the Americana theme.
Very cool. Again, the second time in this meeting, I felt old because I know what the Bingo Palace was.
Yeah.
Used to ride right by there in high school. Okay.
89-cent breakfast.
All right. At this time, if there's no other additional questions or comments, thank you again for being here today. We appreciate it very much. It would appear this is proper for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 13 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board. And for the approval of draft number 1 of the 11th order of registration dated July 15th, 2024.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in, I think that brings us to the restricted items held out for discussion, correct? If you could please read into the record, restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Aces and Ales LLC doing business as Aces and Ales for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Ryan Johnson and Terry Fear for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Can you excuse me 1 second? So our screens are showing just does that mean the Zoom?
That shows the last person, which was our screen, but we're looking at
Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to check on our AV, IT, LMNOP situation. Please.
Thank you. Hello, Chair Tagliani, Commissioner Solis Rainey, Commissioner Krillicki, Commissioner Marcantonis, and Judge Silver. I'm Greg Gimignani with the law firm of Dickinson Wright, representing Aces and Ales and its member managers Ryan Johnson and Terry Fear, also known as Carrie Kelly, with their application for a restricted gaming license and for the location and its managers. We're also grateful that you saw fit to waive Carrie Kelly's appearance. As you know from the materials, Carrie is the lead guitar player for Night Ranger, and he's actually playing a show in Branson, Missouri today, which is why he can't be here today. There are currently 2 Aces and Ales locations that have been open and operational for over a decade. And Carrie and Ryan are in the process of opening their 3rd location and their most ambitious location near the Bend in the southwestern portion of the valley. Ryan and Carrie have very different backgrounds, and yet they built and sustained 2 taverns that have weathered the test of time, the pandemic, the post-pandemic shortages, and their businesses continue to thrive. Ryan has a unique story that is an exemplary story, a Nevada success story. He was born and raised in rural Western Illinois, the oldest of his mother's 5 children, 2 of which have special needs. And as you'll learn, his first criminal conviction occurred when he was only 13 years old. He was arrested on several other occasions and associated with a crowd that was often in trouble. He was on a path to be like several of the adult delinquents with whom he was associating. But in 1996, he decided to turn his life around and chart a new direction for his life by moving to Nevada to be with his grandmother. He began working at the Maxim Casino. Then he started working as a ticket reseller and ultimately formed his own ticket reselling business with the knowledge that he gained. He was social and personable. He really is. And he met many people, including Carrie Kelly. He and Carrie became friends. This matured into discussions about opening up a tavern with craft beer and handcrafted food. They eventually opened Aces and Ales, and that first business continues to operate. The change in trajectory from being a perennial visitor with law enforcement as a youth with a dim future to a successful business operator really is a credit to Ryan and a credit to the state of Nevada for its ability to give people a chance to succeed if they're willing. To say that Ryan has really made the most of this opportunity would be an understatement. Carrie has a really different background. Carrie is a musician. He started recording at the age of 16. He's been in a number of bands, including Slash's Snake Pit, Alice Cooper's band, Warrant, Vince Neil's band, Skid Row, Rat, and he's currently in Night Ranger. And that's just a small sampling of the bands that he's been in. Despite having legitimate rock star credentials, Carrie's background, as you'll note, is relatively uneventful. He's one of the most down-to-earth and hardworking clients I've had the pleasure of working with. And despite the well-earned reputation of rock stars for crazy lifestyle, Carrie's going to celebrate his 23rd wedding anniversary with his wife, Brandy, later this year. No arrests for anything crazy or controlled substances, no news stories or anything like that. Despite traveling the world, or because he's traveled the world, he decided that he would invest here in Southern Nevada, and he continues to invest in Southern Nevada. And I've been fortunate to work with Ryan and Carrie on this. And with that, I'll turn things over to Ryan to give you a little bit of information about himself.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, Chair Tagliati, Commissioner Solis Rainey, Krillicki, Marcantonis, and Judge Silver. I am Ryan Johnson. I'm one of the owners of Aces and Ales. If you told me when I was 18 that I would be here in front of you with a thriving ticket business, owning two taverns and going on our 3rd, I wouldn't have believed it. But here I am today. I was raised in Fulton, Illinois. I'm the oldest of 5 children. 4 half-brothers. Fulton is a small farming community along the Mississippi River across from Iowa. I'm the oldest of my mother's 5 children and was raised with my 4 half-brothers, 2 of which have disabilities. One is severely disabled. To say I was in trouble as a youth might be an understatement. I was first arrested at 12 and was in and out of trouble until I left Nevada when I turned 18. In addition to raising my brothers, my mother was also saddled with resolving the trouble I caused, and was often in trouble with others in the area. I was in trouble so often as a youth that it seemed like one long series of issues. As part of preparing for my application, I commissioned a background check to try to be as complete as possible on my application. However, a conviction for criminal trespass when I was 17 didn't appear in the report and was something that I recalled, and therefore it wasn't included on my prior application or this application. During this investigation, I was reminded of the criminal trespass conviction by the investigating agent, and while I vaguely recalled the issue, it was far from clear. I made calls to officials in Whiteside County to get my juvenile criminal records, but I didn't have any professional success in getting records from them. To supplement my application, I hired an attorney to get my records from Whiteside County, Illinois, and personally calling did not yield any results. My Illinois attorney eventually was able to get the documents concerning the criminal trespass, as that was provided to the board agents. I didn't intentionally withhold this information. It just wasn't something from my youth that I recalled, and I had no documents as my mother handled these issues, and I don't recall her having many copies when her house was cleared out after her death. I know the omission of the listing with the criminal trespass was a significant omission, but it was an honest omission, and I am certainly not trying to hide my troubled past when I was younger. I realized my life in Illinois was tumultuous, and the adults I was hanging around with were frequently in trouble, and I needed to make a change, as my current path would likely lead to increasing trouble, and that wasn't the future I wanted. So I moved to Nevada with my grandmother after I turned 18. Upon moving to Nevada, I was hired by the Maximum Hotel Casino, and I started as a busboy in their buffet. I worked there for a few years, and then I started Elite Tickets with a friend I had made, Jay Dapper. We thrived on making contacts through concierge and casino marketing industry. We ended up selling Elite Tickets to the ticket company in 2008. After the ticket company closed, I started DTF, which is Rebel Tickets, operates primarily as an electronic ticket purchasing and reselling business. And it has funded my ongoing investments in building the Aces and Ales business. Essentially, we purchase tickets to events electronically, then resell those tickets online. I have developed a knack to know which events and seats are likely to make money. We primarily sell on larger formats like Ticketmaster or StubHub, and that's how we sell our tickets and make a profit. Today, Rebel Tickets continues to provide my primary source of income, and it is providing me with the funds to make investments in Aces and Ales here in Southern Nevada. In the ticket business, you make many personal connections. One of those was with Carrie Kelly. Carrie is, as you know, find out, is a professional musician who has played guitar professionally with Alice Cooper / a Night Ranger, to name a few. Me and Carrie started Aces and Ales because of our love for craft beer and good food. We opened the first Aces and Ales in 2009, and we opened up our second one in 2013. We are now opening our third location here at the Bend location, which is located on the 215 in Durango. And we currently have 39 employees. We serve about 8,200 patrons a month. With the new location, we are looking at hiring 50 people, and we are projecting to have 5,000 patrons a month. Aces and Ales has sponsored charitable events and activities since its inception, and we always seek to be positive contributors to our community. I know this is a lot of information in a short period of time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
Okay, thank you for that affirmative presentation and for being here today and waiting several hours for your item to be called. At this time, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments, starting with Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here and for your presentation. I have questions because of the investigation materials that are in here that are concerning, that I'd like to see what your responses are. I'm looking at the fact, am I correct that you were licensed with a restricted license for Aces and Ales in 2009?
Yes.
First one?
Yes.
And I'm looking at reports here, maybe you can fill me in on this, but I'm looking at surveillance, detailed investigation from 2011, where you're at the Hard Rock, and they're literally calling it pretty much elaborate scalping scheme. And you end up getting trespassed and kicked off a casino or gaming property. So you have a restricted license, you're accused of this elaborate scalping, and you're actually kicked off a gaming property. Why don't you tell me more about that?
Well, I was actually there gambling, and I was associating with some guys that are scalpers or ticket resellers. And I ended up not going to the concert, and I gave some tickets to one of the guys. And at that point, they were being surveilled, and they came and they 86'd me out of the property.
I mean, it looks like you would direct the scalper and the guest to the race and sportsbook where another male was sitting and supply the actual scalper with the tickets to sell to the guests. I mean, it sounds a lot more elaborate what they were surveilling than what you just said.
I was sitting in a machine actually gambling. I understand. I did give a gentleman who was a scalper some tickets to sell, but in no way was I directing people to go to the sports book.
With the district attorney's intervention, with the child support obligation, tell me how it comes about that the district attorney, law enforcement has to get involved in your paying for child support.
I think that's just something that they did in the beginning, where I asked if I could just make the payments, and the way the process is they wanted to take it out of your paycheck.
Was that because you refused to pay child support? I mean, people don't go to the district attorney, to law enforcement, to get people thrown into jail for child support unless you're refusing child support.
No, I've never refused to pay. Actually, I tried paying at a year at a time and just paid it. They wouldn't allow me to do that. But the district attorney's office, I think it was just in the beginning when I was supposed to pay child support. That's how the process went.
And I have another question for Agent Tan or Agent Jones on this, if they could. I don't know if they're here. There was a public records request to the Attorney General's Consumer Division regarding whether or not there's been complaints on his current ticket company where he's reselling tickets. And it looks like that record, I'm just asking the agents, because there was a formal investigative records request to see whether or not there were complaints. And I didn't see any follow-up in the investigative materials of any of those documents from the Consumer Division.
Judge Silver, I think I can answer that. I actually made the request to the Attorney General's office. And the response I got back was that there were no records. There were no complaints. Because the law regarding ticket sales is a bit antiquated, and it really applies to, it's written in a way for a time when ticket sales were physical. You know, currently ticket sales are pretty much all electronic. The last few events, I don't go to too many events that I've been to, all the tickets are electronic. You get a QR code, but everything goes back to the main database, which is generally run by Ticketmaster. But I thought, you know what, if there are any complaints, we should find out.
Right.
And so as part of the investigation, I thought I should look into that, and I did, and I got a response back that there were no records, period.
I just have a hard time reconciling, maybe this is directed at you as his counsel, reconciling where there's an ordinance that's still in effect, and I recognize it's old, it's been amended in 97, and which talks about the ticket, price being on a physical ticket, and obviously no one does that anymore. But that being still on the book, which is truly the spirit of that law, is to prevent reselling or ticket scalping. And now what he's doing, it's online. How do we reconcile that as the commission? I guess we can say, well, it's not printed on a ticket, but it's still the law, the ordinance in Clark County, and they are being sold via online.
Yeah, and we actually have a state statute governing this resale of tickets. So on one hand, you have that prohibition on selling tickets on site for an amount that's above the ticket, the price that's on the ticket itself. And then you've got a state statute that actually talks about reselling tickets and identifying ticket resellers and setting the parameters for ticket resales. So there is some tension between those. But again, you're right. The old statute is written about physical tickets. And while I'm not an expert in this area, I did have to write a memo for the file for this. The state law is newer, and it does cover electronic tickets. And essentially what you need is you can't do that. You can't sell tickets without the permission of the rights holder. Now today, the rights holder is the company that initially offers the tickets. And I think at this point in time, 80% plus is Ticketmaster. In fact, when I was asked to write the memo, it was the same week that the Department of Justice sued Ticketmaster for anti-competitive behavior. Ticketmaster actually makes a fee off of each resale because they own the database, and every resale has a resale fee. So the current market is such that the rights holder is encouraging ticket resales because the rights holder is getting more money for it. In fact, one of the other issues that was raised by the Department of Justice is the new Taylor Swift tour, where apparently Ticketmaster has stopped sales to general people, sold them to resellers instead, and that prompted a lot of activity in the news, and then was cited by the Department of Justice again. So the business of reselling tickets is actually encouraged at this point in time by the rights holder, which is the party that our statutes seem to protect under state law.
I guess I'm having some concerns because he slid right through on the last two meetings, or the last two, the 09 licensing and 13, there's just almost nothing there in the record. And he's got Thomas and Mack where he's scalping tickets, or it looks like he's scalping tickets. In 2011, he looks like he's scalping tickets, and he's got a restricted gaming license. And now he owns a company which, resells tickets.
And he's owned that company through the whole time. So he owned that company in 2000, the last time that you did own that.
We opened in 2012.
Oh, okay. So the last time you were licensed in 14?
Yeah,
you did have the company, or 13. You did have the company. But again, it's an online marketplace
I
at this point in
understand.
time.
But the stuff that I'm seeing though, some of the investigative materials, he's physically there scalping tickets, getting in trouble, where it appears that he is. And certainly at Thomas and Mack, it looked like he actually got a university citation from University Police.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And
none of that was brought up at prior hearings.
I wasn't at the prior hearings, but you're probably right.
All right.
I'm sure you're right. I just wasn't at the prior hearing.
Well, we have the transcripts in here and I can see that nothing was brought up about any of that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And I think the trespass from Hard Rock was lifted during this process as well.
Say again, I'm sorry.
The 86 from the Hard Rock was lifted by Virgin.
Right. Did you get that done for him?
I called them, yes. And they looked into it and they said, should have been lifted years ago.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Markintonis.
I don't have anything further, excuse me. I don't have anything further on that subject to ask that I have not already reviewed at the Gaming Control Board and today. Thank you.
Commissioners Solis Rainey or Licky?
I don't have any questions. I do appreciate you being here and I appreciate your affirmative presentation regarding the item that was not disclosed. I mean, that doesn't trouble me. So I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Johnson. Good afternoon. Appreciate you being here. Watching the Gaming Control Board discussion with you is fascinating. I mean, it's, there's a celebration of a young man who has, completely beat the odds after such a youthful indiscretion past. So, good on you. And I know we want to celebrate that story, and I do. It's interesting that the non-gaming stuff, it's this ticket portion, the brokerage that really has put, questions, and that's where the focus is. But again, we have to look at the whole person and the whole package, not just that. So I think it is important that the Hard Rock, relieved, that situation. The resale brokerage business, ticket business is mysterious to me. I mean, I've heard what you said. It's just not my expertise in my space, but I believe that the Gaming Control Board certainly had the opportunity to look into that. Certainly the Gaming Control Board had an extensive conversation with you, and you affirmed on the record that all of your activities relating to that ticket brokerage business is copacetic, it's honorable. You're completely complying with at least the state statutes that's prevailing and superseding anything that's on the books previously. Just to clarify, I know you said he's complying with NRS, the newest statute, but it's an old state statute or it's a Clark County, policy?
No, there's a Clark County ordinance that prohibits the resale of tickets at a higher price that is printed on the ticket. And I believe it also prohibits the sale of tickets on site. So.
Right, but the state statute would take precedence. How old is that ordinance for Clark County?
I want to say it's 87. Okay.
It was amended in 97.
Well, I mean, I can't imagine there's a business model unless you're making a profit, not reselling tickets. So, I get that. I'm going to be on the side of celebrating, what you've accomplished. But I think you've got a lot of red flags at this brokerage business. You're complying with statute, but there's just an ability, and maybe it's lack of information, on my side at least, that there's just gonna be trouble there. I mean, just, stay on the right side because this license is privileged. And it's you got to live the life of a Boy Scout right now. I do have questions about your operations with Mr. Fear. The first Aces and Ales was a 50-50 ownership situation. This current one is a 50-50 ownership operation. But the second, you have other partners who I think are licensed by Nevada in the gaming space. But why would how do you determine that business partnership structure when you go forward? Again, the last one is different, than this current one that's proposed.
Well, on the second one, we took some small investments from some friends of ours that kind of were like supportive of us in the beginning. On the first one, they helped us. When we took over the first one, we basically remodeled it all ourselves, me and Cherry and a bunch of friends. We painted the outside, painted the inside, changed the bar, changed the flooring, everything on our own. So on the second location, we did the same thing, but that time we generated a little bit of cash flow from some friends to
and I see that's only 1% or one individual's 2%. Where did your working capital come from? Was it from the brokerage business?
In the 2009, it was basically money that I had or Carrie had. In 2013, some of it, yeah, I made it from tickets, and then obviously the substantial amount of money that's going into the Bend location, which is a new location. The first two were locations that we took over, so it wasn't as much money to put in to get them started.
And again, part of our job is to be intrusive, so forgive us. But from a percentage of income, how much is of your, tax return income for the last year, 2 years is from the brokerage versus the Aces and Nails partnership?
I would probably say 75% of my income is from the ticket office.
And how much time do you spend the majority of your time in that endeavor, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much time do you spend with Aces and Nails?
5 to 10 hours a week, probably.
Good. Well, again, and for the record, I did ask my daughters if they knew Night Ranger, and they said yes, and they both jumped on School's Out for Summer. So, it's good to be a rock and roller. And I know Mr. Fear and Harry Kelly, if we're calling him that today, what a, he's part of the application also, I'm just delighted. How did you two meet? I mean, you talked about having an encounter, but, it's a curious friendship and eventually a partnership that you have. But, to go from meeting someone to being 50-50 partners on a venture, especially with a colorful background that you have, how the heck did that happen?
Well, he was in a band called Pretty Boy Floyd at the time. They were playing at Pinky's. I don't know if you know where that rock club was. It was across from the Rio. And I happened to meet him there one night, and I'm just a music fan. So started talking guitar, and he gave me his number, and then we just kept in touch, and he joined a band called Rat about a year later, and I hooked up with him actually in Rockford, Illinois, believe it or not. I was back there visiting some family, and he actually was through there. So, and then we just kind of built a relationship over time.
Good on you. In Rockford, that's across the river from Iowa, not Missouri.
Rockford is like about an hour north of Chicago.
Good. Well, again, I'm going to lean on the side of celebrating your turnaround from a troubled youthful past. I mean, and exciting what you've done, what you've accomplished, successfully, with Aces and Ales, and your partnership, the employment opportunities. But I think you've heard that, you said 75-80% of your life, if it's on the ticket stuff, and we're just, good on you, make a wonderful living. If Ticketmaster is encouraging these activities, even better for you. But, we will always be looking at these things, from a holistic standpoint, and just good luck on all your endeavors. But in terms of what's in front of us today, the applications for you and Mr. Fear, I am supportive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I appreciate you being here today and all of the answers to all of the questions. I guess what I would say is I completely understand the difficult early start to your life, and I applaud you for hiring an investigator. That's going the extra mile to try to piece it together, because you're a kid and you're getting in a lot of trouble, and at that time you don't care, but later in life when you've turned things around you care, and I applaud you for that. I would say, as it relates to the Hard Rock and Hotel and Casino being 86th in 2011, I'm glad you self-reported that and shared that in your interview, because at that time you're like 34, 35, according to our materials. I'm thinking that's being 86th from casino property is not something you forget at that age, right? So, so I'm glad you came forth with that on your own. And so what I would say is, to the extent that you have support here today to I don't know yet, because there hasn't been a motion, but it's, that this sticks in your memory going forward as important to be constantly mindful. And if anything happens with your business or otherwise, regardless if you're just with people in your opinion and not really doing anything, if there's any problem, with you around related to your business, your social life, your activities, err on the side of reporting. That's what I would say, which you did in January. So I do appreciate that. And I have nothing else. So at this time, does anyone else have any questions or comments since we had all these questions? All right, there being none, does anyone have a motion?
I do.
I move for approval of restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Do the commissioners wish to have discussion on this motion?
I didn't quite hear it. I'm sorry.
She moved to approve the agenda item.
Okay, no discussion for me.
The only thing I have a question on is if there's two different applications as far as Mr. Fear and Mr. Johnson.
Good point.
And so
you want to make one at a time?
You need to make, from my point, 2 separate motions.
I move for approval of the restricted item number 1 as it pertains to the application of Terry Lee Fear for licensure as a member and manager as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and read by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion related to Terry Lee Fear? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Do you have a second motion?
Yes, and then I also move for approval of restricted item number 1 as it pertains to Mr. Ryan Scott Johnson for licensure as a member and manager. And also the application for restricted gaming license. I'm sorry. I think I said that as recommended by the Game Control Board and read into the record by Madam Secretary.
All right, any discussion on the motion?
No.
Based upon Commissioner Silver's comment on requesting separate motions, I anticipate this may not be unanimous. And I just want to make my record that kind of what pushes me to be able to feel that you should have this opportunity is that reporting in January on your own of this event at the Hard Rock many years ago. And with that said, all in favor of Commissioner Solis Rainey's motion, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Or aye. Do we say aye or nay?
I think nay.
Nay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to clarify that the entity also, there's an application for restricted license for the entity, which is part of this as well.
Probably.
Yes, I apologize. Yes, so I move for approval of restricted item number 1 as it pertains to the application for restricted gaming license by the entity Aces and Nails DBA Aces and Nails on Sunset.
Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? There are none opposed.
Well, thank you very much. And we'd like to thank Agents Tan and Agent Jones for all their hard work on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 2?
Restricted number 2 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 2446 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of GSJS Corp for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 24461. Lastly, you have the application of Gurinder Singh for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato. Here with me on behalf of the SROs, Mr. Goodrich, and he is the general counsel for the SRO. And joining us from Carson City is the applicant, Mr. Singh, and we appreciate the ability for him to appear from Carson City today. This application before you today is twofold. First is the application for the SRO to hold the gaming license for this location. And in addition to that is the application for the 7-Eleven franchisee to share in gaming revenue. Mr. Singh did attend the seminar on July 16th, and he is here to provide some background information about himself with your permission.
Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gurinder Singh, and I was born in India, Punjab. Came to America, United States with my family in 1994. I finished high school back in California, Sacramento, graduated 2006, then went on to American River College in Sacramento as well. But however, I did not graduate. Started focusing on the job that I had at the time. And after some time, I went into trucking industry for better opportunity. And I was there for about 3 years. And then I met my wife in 2012, and we got married in 2013, and we have 2 kids, a boy and a girl. And then at the time we got married, my wife was already into 7-Eleven business. So I quit my trucking job and started helping her with the 7-Eleven, and I started to like it. And I purchased my own liquor store back in 2017, which I ended up selling in 2023. I ended up buying another liquor store that had a higher volume. And I bought my first 7-Eleven last year in July 2023. And I spend most of my time at my own 7-Eleven from about 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. And my duties and responsibilities are about cash and purchase summary and hiring and terminating employees, daily operation of the stores, ordering, training new and existing employees, coordinating with the vendors, and meeting with 7-Eleven representative. Well, after I get done, I usually assist my wife if she needs help with anything. But my main focus is on my own store for about 40 to 45 hours a week. And if you guys have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. And thank you for being here and your patience for us to get to your item. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Try to alternate. So I'll start on this side. Commissioner Marcantonis, anything?
I have no further comments from what I had observed at the Gaming Control Board. Thank you, Chair. I'm very satisfied with the credentials of Mr. Singh. Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Yeah, I too have no concerns. It looks like this will be your first license and your first 7-Eleven, but you've been doing this for quite some time with your wife. So I feel very confident that you will do a great job, and I wish you best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners Solismani or Krlicki?
Good afternoon, Mr. Singh. Thank you for being with us. A quick question. This is your first 7-Eleven that you own?
Yes. That is
On
correct.
our materials, it showed you listed as a manager for 4 other locations. Are those 4 locations your wife's?
Yes. You're
Okay.
correct.
Are you licensed? Were you licensed as part of those other 4 or?
No, I was not.
Okay. So, Chief, is this a regular investigation there? This isn't an expanded one since he's not on the other licenses. Is that correct?
That's correct. This is his first licensure. So, yeah, it would take 3 to do an expanded.
So has an expanded one been done on his wife since she's at 4?
I'd have to look into that. I am guessing since
If I could provide some clarification on that, she shares in revenue at her locations. She does not hold the gaming licenses.
Okay.
Which did not trigger the expanded investigation.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. And I'm sorry, how involved are you with the other locations?
Like I said, my main focus on my own 7-Eleven now, and she has her managers that runs it, and she oversees her stores. So if she needs help, I will go help her, but my main focus is on my own location.
Okay, so although you're on our materials, you're listed as store manager, she has other managers at the other 4 locations.
Yeah, like before I purchased my 7-Eleven, I would be like the main guy that kind of sees everything. So now I've kind of moved towards my location now, and we always had manager that was under me at the time, but So she does have managers at all locations.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. There was nothing in your background that concerned me as far as what we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Donato, Mr. Goodrich, and Mr. Singh. How families operate their businesses is always interesting and a test of a marriage, but I do find this interesting that your wife has 4 stores and you now have your one. Been employed by your wife, if I could say it that way. But this all balances. Do you have the best performing 7-Eleven? The location.
I think so. Yes, I think so. I mean, they're all doing good. They're all doing good. Hers is doing well too. But yeah, I'm gonna try to grow. As like I said, I'm gonna try to grow more. So maybe I can catch up to her one day.
Good on you. Good luck with Mrs. Singh. No, I find this all, very interesting. And you attended the restricted license compliance seminar and you found that satisfactory and you learned things. The Gaming Control Board went over that. Now, other than that, I just out of curiosity, the marriage is putting together a portfolio of 7-Elevens. It's just interesting how that must balance. But I support you and your background. It's a great story, and good luck with your stores and the 7-Eleven empire you two are building.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. First of all, thank you all for being here. I don't have any additional questions or comments. I think this is very straightforward, the information of the board. And so at this time, I would call for a motion for the applications.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time.
And we would like to thank Agent Marta Rosa for all her help during her work during the investigation process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Goodrich, your testimony is very compelling.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 3?
Restricted number 3 is the application of Amy Bulgatz for licensure as a manager and key executive at Sahara Restaurants LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Yeah, we just need her. She's coming in.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How's your health?
Everything is good. I just
Good.
have a baby on the way in about less than 2 weeks.
Yes, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah.
Made that too open-ended.
Yeah.
Being here and obviously having you here by Zoom is appropriate considering your circumstances, and so we appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Now, I don't know if you had intended to make, any kind of affirmative introduction of yourself. But if you did, now would be the time. You're welcome to
I
do.
did not. I feel like my packet tells you everything about me more than.
Well, I don't think it told us the name of the baby.
I don't actually know the name of the baby yet. I have about 5 that are swirling around, so we'll see when she's born.
I think sometimes you just got to wait, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments that they would like to make, starting with.
I didn't have anything, Ms. Bulgatz. Your application was pretty straightforward and, your background seems suitable for what you're doing. And I understand you filed a key employee application for somebody that's local recently, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't have anything else. Best of luck with birth and the business.
And again, good luck on your September 10th delivery date.
Thank you.
I have no concerns. I think you're impeccably qualified. And I think Commissioner Solis-Rainey just asked this, but you won't be able to visit the properties from San Diego to here. I think you said you were visiting once a month, or that's what you've been doing. But you describe the next 3 to 6 months, I mean, you'll just have this other, manager supervising, or how often do you think you'll be able to come visit the Sammys in Las Vegas?
Yeah, I think that I probably won't be there at all in September, depending on how everything goes. My whole family does live there. I'm from there, so I, have support there that want to see the baby. So I'm thinking definitely in October.
Good. And have you addressed Judge Assad's need for garbanzo beans in his salad?
He's just mistaken. There's never been garbanzo beans in the salad, which I told him.
Only that reservation. I'm extremely supportive of your application.
Commissioners Marcintonis and Silver.
Thank you for being with us today, Ms. Bulgatz. I have no difficulties at all recommending your application. The University of San Diego probably is the most beautiful and expensive piece of real estate I think university sits on, from just my observations from 2 visits once.
Well,
and they call the University of Spoiled Daughters.
It's called the University of, excuse me?
Of Spoiled Daughters.
Spoiled Daughters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
it's so expensive.
Okay, I still have no hesitation in supporting your application. Best wishes on your upcoming celebrations.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
I concur with my colleagues, and I just want to wish you all the best. And you have a very impressive application. So good luck.
Thank you.
I have nothing additional to ask. And at this time, I'm going to ask for a motion. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and is recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wood.
Congratulations. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in, let me see, non-restricted number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 003 for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, enrolled agent here. With me is the VP of Regulatory Compliance, Ms. Haas of Terribles Gaming. This application is for a new convenience store, which is literally a stone's throw from these chambers at the corner of Lewis and Main. We update on the opening. I know we said the last GCB meeting should be by the end of the month, but my understanding, we're still waiting for power and we anticipate middle of September. We do not foresee any issue with being open within the time frame required by Reg 4.080. We have reviewed the condition and agree with the condition and are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll ask my colleagues if anyone has any questions or comments, starting on this side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and pleasure to see you, Ms. Haas. We were in search of coffee this morning, so we wish your property had been open earlier today as we were knocking on doors in the upper floors of this building. I have no concerns, no problems. Good luck. Perfectly comfortable. Thank you.
He's not lying about the coffee, by the way. There was a complete search and execution event. We went in a grid pattern. And the 3 of us.
Shout out to Commissioner Silver, whose aggressive tactics identified and located and secured coffee for 3 of the commissioners today.
Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
Well, I was not invited for coffee, so I'm glad they were successful though. Thank you so much for being here. I didn't have any questions. It seemed pretty straightforward. And I'm glad you're a little further along in the pictures that we have. There was not a whole lot going on at the time. So I was worried about the opening, but you must have made some progress.
Yes, we had. Commissioner Marcintonis and Silver, any additional comments or questions?
No further questions from myself.
Me either. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'm going to call for a motion.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 4 as read into the record with the conditions read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Senior Agent Jones for all her hard work on this application, and I wish her the best with her soon-to-be new member to her family.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 5?
Restricted number 5 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 444 for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. Here again with me is Ms. Haas, the VP of Regulatory Compliance for Terribles Gaming. And this application is for another new store for the SRO to hold the gaming license at this location. This one's a little further. It is at the corner of Tropical and Land Boulevard. The update on the opening is scheduled for the end of October. End of September. And we don't foresee any issues with being open within the time frame required in Reg 4.080. Read the condition. We agree with the condition and here to answer any questions that you may have.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? I think we appreciate you being here today and your patience. And I think at this time, if anyone has a motion, we can move forward with that.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Marta Rosa for her hard work on the application.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, according to Madam Secretary, the court reporter has requested a short recess, comfort break. So we are going to take a short break before we come back and do the gaming employee appeals. So I think that's next on the agenda. And so we will be in recess for 5 to 7 minutes. Okay, we're back in session after the break on the record. I misspoke before we took the break. We do have one matter before we entertain the gaming employee registration appeals. So at this time, Madam Secretary, if you could read into the record the next agenda item.
Next, for your consideration, you have a stipulation for settlement in order settling the claim for refund of gross gaming tax for the periods of August 2021 through March 2024, filed in the matter of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's Casino, Dottie's number 5, Dottie's number 6, Dottie's number 8, Dottie's Casino number 9, Dottie's number 10, Dottie's number 12, Dottie's number 15, Dottie's Casino number 17, Dottie's number 32, Dottie's number 35, Dottie's number 37, Dottie's Casino number 46, Dottie's number 55, Dottie's number 62, Dottie's number 65, Dottie's number 71, Dottie's number 72, Dottie's number 76, Dottie's number 77, Dottie's number 78, Dottie's number 79, Dottie's number 82, Dottie's number 83, Dottie's number 91, Dottie's number 107, Dottie's number 108, Dottie's number 111, Dottie's number 112, Dottie's number 113, La Villita number 117, Points Casino number 130, Points Casino number 131, Dottie's number 151, Bourbon Street Sports Bar number 159, Bourbon Street Sports Bar number 161, Points Casino number 168, Bourbon Street Sports Bar number 178, Points Casino number 211, Hoover Dam Lodge and Laughlin River Lodge, case number 24-01-RTR.
Thank you. We have our senior JAG appearance today on this matter.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members of the Board. I am John McKella of the Attorney General's Office. Also present today for questions is Cannon Smith with NRSI. And I must pause and say I'm quite impressed with Madam Secretary for reading all 41 locations into the record like that. And today I have a stipulated settlement for your consideration concerning NRSI's claim for refund regarding its 41 locations listed in the caption of this matter. I note that several DBAs were updated in the stipulated caption. NRSI remains the licensee at each location, and the license locations do not change. However, these DBAs were corrected. This stipulation would return the amount shown in paragraph 3 of the settlement to NRSI. The board's tax and license and audit divisions have verified the overpayments of gross gaming revenue and determined that the claims should be paid. As a result, the board has entered into the stipulation and asks that you accept it as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate you being here today. I'm going to guess that that I'm not the only member of this commission that is wondering, how does this happen? And to such a large degree.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, board members who are here. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services. So this, well, to start, I'd on behalf of the company, we'd really like to thank the audit and tax and license divisions of the board for working with us on this. In particular, Agent Jocelyn Mendez from Tax and License, Agents Shelley Newell and Mandy Levitt from the Audit Division, and also Senior Deputy Attorney General John McKella for his work on, and his office for working on the stipulations with me. So this refund relates to something that, so in NRS 463.0161, the definition of gross gaming revenue, subsection 2 has a set of exclusions, things that aren't considered gross gaming revenue. One of those things is cash promotions. So if a licensee provides cash, like a $5 that the player could either walk away with or put back into the machine, and that amount is won back by the licensee, then it should be excluded from the gross gaming revenue. that type of promotion is provided by Nevada NRSI. And at the time, the slot system wasn't able to, so the law changed in August of, 2021 to allow for this to be done. But the report through the Konami casino management system wasn't approved. So we couldn't tell what overpayments had been made. But after the report by Konami was approved, we worked with tax and license and audit to go back and find those amounts. And then since April of this year, it's been done correctly.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for either you or the senior DAG. I'll start with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Smith, good to see you. Probably a question to Senior Deputy Attorney General McKella. I appreciate the stipulation. I know it has to be serious language, but it's actually quite intense language, which just startles me because I've never seen one of these before. In my days as commissioner, I don't think it's a common occurrence. I don't know that, but in the last 2 years. So I assume the stipulation language has to be as drafted. But first, just an observation, if it's $46 million was inadvertently tracked, it's a lot of little $5 tokens or whatever it was. So, this was quite systemic, but certainly when you have that many properties. But my question to Mr. McKella is probably, why are we paying interest? If this is a Dottie's or Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. issue, if I overpay the IRS, I don't get interest back. If I don't pay the IRS, I pay interest. So, shame on you. You fixed it. We want to be fair. We're a tax collector regulator, but we don't want anyone to do something that's inappropriate or, outside the normal bounds. So I totally get the refund, but it just kind of irritates me that, it's taken staff time and the burden should be on you, not on us. Why are we paying interest?
Thank you, Commissioner Krolicki. NRS 463.387 sub 6 sets out that we do pay interest on a claim for refund. And it sets out that the rate is in NRS Chapter 17, Section 130, which is is the prime rate plus 2%. And I could go into all the mechanics of that. But long story short is our claim for refund statute says that we pay interest.
I need to do some more nighttime reading of stipulating statutes for refunds and gaming. That's the answer, but that should not be a statute. This should be on you, my opinion. But if it is what it is, we're complying with state law, so I support the stipulation.
I just want to say I had the same reaction. I feel like this is a licensee error and it's something that should be on you. So while I understand that the statute provides for it, this is a stipulation and anything can be negotiated. But I don't want to stand in the way of it and cause more staff time to be incurred. So if it's the will of the majority to go with it, then I would vote in favor of it. But I do think it's a little unfair for something that was basically your problem to become a financial burden on the state.
And not only that, but your financial burden on the state is the best investment ever at this percentage of interest rate. That's really it, right? Like it's as good as it's. So that's
timing sucks.
That's Nevada law. So obviously we understand it, or at least I speak for myself. I understand it, but it does just kind of hit me the same way it's hitting everybody else that's spoken thus far, my colleagues. So Commissioner Marcantonis, Commissioner Silver.
This is not obviously in my field of expertise, but I trust the individuals who have analyzed this every which way. I'm sure the tax and audit teams have done. But I don't have any further real questions on it. That's it.
Commissioner Silver?
I feel the same way as my colleague over here, and so I'm happy to sign off on this stipulation.
Okay, well, I think if there's nothing else, questions or comments, then this matter is ripe for a motion.
Can I ask just one more question?
Of course.
Just a quick question. I don't know, Mr. McKell, if this would be for you or for anyone else, but do we charge the licensee back for the time of staff that is incurred in getting this all resolved? I mean, this can't have been a short process.
Commissioner Solis Rainey, to the best of my knowledge, we do not. I don't know if there's a tax and license or an audit representative in the room there with you, but if there is, I would defer to them.
We do have someone.
I see, yeah, Mr. Langsmith.
Yep, Chan Langspot, Chief of the Tax and License. To answer a couple questions on the interest, it's half the interest that we would normally charge if we were to assess interest. So that's in the statute, and the statute also states that it is in the statute that there's interest, but it is up to the commission also if you want to grant the interest. So you there's a couple of things to take a look at in the statute when it comes to that. Regarding the payment or charging the licensees for our time, we did not do that. Unless there's a complaint or something like that, we typically don't do that. That's just a part of what we do.
Okay. And kind of relatedly, Mr. McKella, I was wondering if that is considered as part of the negotiations, the amount of, time and that is taken away from staff in resolving this kind of a problem. I mean, and I'm familiar with the interest statutes. I understand, and we do want to be fair, but at the same time, if it's something you knew about and just couldn't get the right resolution because of something in your system, then I just feel it's a little unfair to the taxpayers to have to pay back any interest.
So as to the actual amount, in my experience, the only time that is negotiated is if the parties can't agree on the amount. Here, the amounts claimed by NRSI were confirmed by the tax and license and audit divisions. And with regard to the interest, Chief Langsabath is correct. There are a couple of ways to reduce it. That's if the claimant has failed to file a claim for refund within 90 days after receiving written notification of overpayment from the board, or has impeded the board's ability to process the claim in a timely manner. So that second one could be applicable here. And I would throw it out there that if you want to discuss that with Mr. Smith and reject the settlement, if he is willing to discuss that number, that's a possibility.
Okay. Thank you for that option. I think it's just, see what the will of my colleague says.
So for the record, the amount of accrued interest that we're talking about is on page 2, paragraph 3, line 12. Is that and then the daily amount is line 13 that's accruing until the refund is paid?
Yes, that is correct.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments about this? So is this, I guess, how often does this happen? It hasn't happened in the time that I've been here that I recall. I mean, if I hope you're not going to prove me wrong, but I don't recall it. It could be
The last one I did was 2017.
Okay. And when this happens, is it are the factors for the interest as detailed in the statute, particularly the second factor that you listed there, is that something that you take into consideration when you're entering this negotiation?
If memory serves, not typically. The only instance I can recall, and it's very fuzzy at this point in time, is there were some issues with a claim for refund one time that we did state we would reduce the interest or offer no interest based on the licensee's actions or failures to act. But I don't specifically recall the details of that. So with the claims for refund I've done, I can only recall reducing the interest one time.
But I mean, if the board felt strongly that that's one of the, that was some. If the board felt strongly on that issue, maybe it wouldn't resolve, and it would go to a hearing, or maybe the stipulation would be different. But in this particular circumstance, the board didn't necessarily feel strongly on that particular issue in light of all of the 30,000-foot view of this circumstance. Is that fair?
I believe Chair Hendrick is there, but it did not factor into the discussions. I had audit and tax and license confirm the numbers and put the statutory amount in, and then we forwarded it to the commission.
I guess what I'm saying is if the board had that consideration, if they were concerned under the statute that this might be one of those circumstances where the commission should consider something less, that could have been part of the discussions and a potential stipulation or not resolved. Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. I'm sorry, I'm not very articulate. For how many hours?
Chair?
4 hours in?
Oh.
Yes.
I just had a question just for my own education. I mean, would we not just follow what precedent is in cases like this? I mean, what has happened every other time? I mean,
I think he just talked about a 2017, which is the last one that our senior DAG had. And as far as previous history, I mean, it's kind of all the other disciplines. Every time this has come on, Commissioner Kurlicki, like a discipline, I mean, not this type of discipline or you, but just generally, you're always looking and commenting on Commissioner Kurlicki on precedent. And how do we get to the numbers? And is this consistent? And when has this happened before? And so I think what he's saying is, other than 2017, you're not recalling any other instance where, because I would presume each refund is an individual issue and an individual audit and an individual grounds. Maybe, how often does this happen?
We've had.
And I assume precedent didn't have a principal amount of $49 million.
There have been some sizable claims for refund in the past. I don't specifically recall if any were that big, but there were definitely some sizable refunds in the past. And also to clarify for the record, it was not, I had 2 claims for refund in 2017. Those did not involve a reduction in interest rate. I don't recall the specific year that that one instance occurred.
Can you hear me? Yes. So claim for refunds do not happen very often. Refunds do happen quite often. Internally, it does not get forwarded to the commission unless it's over 250,000. And that's why you would not see it very often. So we don't have claim for refunds that are over 250,000 that comes before the commission very often. Refunds happen on a monthly basis. If it's 5,000, 10,000, they get interest, just the half interest that I mentioned earlier, calculated just the way this is calculated. So that does happen quite often.
So to your knowledge, have there been any since 2017?
Not to my knowledge. I can't say for 100% fact, but it does not happen very often.
Okay.
So that sounds right.
And so when it comes to the interest issue, would you say a great majority of the time interest is
awarded? Yes, I would say so. And to give a little bit of background on this one, these cash wagers, we already knew about them. We, as in the board, did, also Dottie's or RSI. The issue was they needed the correct report to then deduct those cash wagers. And they can only be deducted once they, as an NRSI, could prove that those wagers were, the cash that was put in was actually wagered. Otherwise, they are not deductible. The report that would accurately reflect that was not approved until August of 2021 by our technology division. And that's why it starts on that date. They've actually done the cash wagers before that even. So, when it comes to whether or not they impeded the board, we didn't have that discussion because at least at the division level between audit and tax and license, because anytime we've asked for reports and everything like that, we've worked with NRSI, they've never been slow about it or anything like that. That does not take away the fact that the commission has the statute to fall back upon if you want to go on the impeding language on that when it comes to interest, though.
But the next question I guess I would have procedurally is it's no longer a stipulation. I mean, you've proposed a stipulation and then the board can just, I mean, not the board, the commission can make a determination without any you know, if the matter had been contested, for example, and it came before a hearing and you're presenting to the commission, that would be different than a stipulation, a proposed stipulation. Are you saying we can modify the stipulation? Because a stipulation is an agreement to propose to the commission, and then we can modify it as we see fit? Is that procedurally, I'm asking, is that proper?
Madam Chair, accept it or reject it. If you reject it, it will go back to the parties to either renegotiate based on your comments or to go to a full hearing.
Understood. Thank you.
Chief Langsmith, I just had a quick question. You said the report became or was approved in October of 2021?
August, I believe.
Or August of 2021. Why are we now just seeing it? Is it?
That you would have to ask NRSI for. What we did was we discussed it. We made sure that everything was accurate and that the report was accurate. Technology division approved that. Since that time, we have not heard from NRSI until I think about February or so that they were going to pursue the claim for refund. As a state agency, we don't I guess follow up for for licensees to ask for a refund. So it was up to them to ask for one, and when they did, we went and verified everything.
Understood. And according to the stipulation, it says they didn't file their request for refund until June 3rd, 2024. Is that correct, Mr. Cannon?
That's correct.
What was the cause of the delay? Do you know?
I don't know the cause of the delay. I believe we were unaware that we could do this for a long period of time, from my understanding, and that the agents and tax alliances and audit brought it to our attention that we were over reporting. And at that point, we went back to try to figure out what was happening and then submitted.
All right. Thank you.
Apparently, we did have, you're correct. You thought this had happened before, and we had a circumstance for a claim for refund in 2022 that was filed late in 21, and that was Tiffany Breinig was the DAG on that particular matter. I just don't remember the details. I'm sorry. And I don't know that you remember the details either, but I think we're just trying to be.
I don't think it was a restricted licensee, so it wouldn't be a tax license. I think it was a non-restricted.
I can't hear you, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. I don't think it was a restricted licensee, so I don't know if it was a tax and license issue or if it would have been a non, audit issue. I think it was a non-restricted licensee.
Yeah, we have group twos that we handle a tax and license for non-restricted, and we handle the restricted too, of course. But
Okay.
yeah, an audit would handle.
I just remembered one during my tenure, but I don't remember the facts.
Sure.
Okay. Just to clarify the record, in case these are all non-restricted locations as part of this.
Commissioner Korlicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just profoundly troubled by the principle here. There's right and wrong, and in the hearing, this was brought to NRSI's attention in 21, based on your comments today. I am a stickler for president. I worry about what happens, for the next time. But if this is formulaic, then I get it. There's not a much we can do, but by definition, a stipulation is a negotiated agreement. And perhaps it's time to set a new precedent. But, you know, as a former state treasurer who deals with this, we have the general fund, the general portfolio, thousands of different accounts. I have no idea from which account this comes from, you know, the Gaming Control Board. But, you know, it's not like this money is just set aside and earning interest. So you're just getting what the state made. That's not necessarily true. And who knows, you know, what interest rates are used for these calculations. But I want to be eminently fair, Mr. Smith. I don't want to put you in a funny spot. I don't want to offend our dutiful licensee Dotties, but I just feel this is wrong because not only are we, you know, out of staff time, you know, that it's taken to wrestle this to shore here. But, you know, I can't be assured that the state's actually generated $250,000 in interest during this time, because that's not how the state treasury operations work, you know, to give this refund. So it's costing us for your company's lack of attention to this matter. And so I am, you know, and not at, you know, $446 a day of compounding interest to have discussions. But if we are to be representing the gaming industry and as a regulator and the citizens of the state of Nevada and what's right and wrong, and if it's a stipulation where there is discretion, my discretion does not have any comfort. And you get the principal back, what you've overpaid, that's due you. But to do it with a punitive interest on behalf of the state, plus staff time, I just think that's wrong. So I would, not to torture this issue, but I'd love to take another whack at it personally.
Commissioner Marcantonis, did you wish to comment?
Chief, thank you. Chair, Chief, did you mention that you have several of these each month? It's smaller numbers, not these kind of numbers, but we do, how many would you guess in a month that you deal with cases like this? 5, 10, 1?
Audit handles all the group ones. We handle group twos, but I sign off on all the statement determinations and refunds for both group ones and twos. I would say just this week alone, I signed off on probably 4 or 5 refunds. So it happens regularly.
And we give them the interest too, as it's referenced in the state statutes?
We do. And typically these are, you know, $5,000, $400, not the interest, but the actual refund amount.
Right, but typically we do the interest. All I'm trying to point out is that we're paying the interest now monthly for it's 5, 10 cases. They're small. They're not these kind of numbers, which I agree with my colleagues said. Who gets hurt? And maybe that's why I need more detergent on my windscreen wiper. Who gets hurt whichever way we go on this? I mean, Dotties has overpaid the state, right? And we're going to give them that. We are saying that the settlement says we will refund, we will reimburse them what they overpaid the state, even though they've overpaid due to their negligence, perhaps, or carelessness. Is that a fair statement? I'm not an
I
attorney.
think a fair statement would be, and I don't know any other ignorance of the options available to characterize these
Okay, so
monies, right?
no, they just didn't know better.
They just didn't know better.
But they've still given us something we shouldn't have had. And we've already settled that, or saying that we want to give them back what they shouldn't have given us. The discussion here is about the interest, that should we be rewarding them for not knowing better? And I tend to side with my colleagues here who say, no, we can't. I personally do not feel we should be rewarding with interest. We should not be penalizing our own state for something that one of its constituents, through ignorance, probably made a slight mistake. But our constituent will not be out of their money because we're giving it back. So that's my thoughts. Okay.
The other thing is, it's interest at the legal rate today, correct? That's what we're talking about, right? Senior DAG, Michaela?
Yes, it's the prime rate, half the prime rate plus 2%, which I believe is 4.25%.
So not at the time, years ago when the interest rate was lower and this came to everyone's attention, right? Correct?
It might be more nuanced, and Mr. Linsaveth can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the interest is calculated and the interest rate is reset every 6 months.
Okay, so like a court judgment used to be.
I think it's the same statute that's used to calculate interest for the courts and that.
So it's every 6 months.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
The state releases the interest rates every 6 months.
Okay. All right. So it's the same statute that you're relying on for a court judgment.
Right. I believe it's NRS 17. Please forgive me for the rest of it. It's
No,
NRS
it's fine.
17. Yes.
Okay, that wasn't clear to me. So I appreciate that. I'm sorry, did I let you finish?
Yeah. Oh, yes. No, yes, you did. Thank you.
Okay.
You-
Commissioner Silver,
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you. You said this, you regularly refund, in smaller amounts. Are those smaller amounts also done by stipulation, or you just do it?
No, if it's under 250,000, and we don't typically have many that are close to 250 even. It's very rare that happens, but no, those are not by that's just done administratively.
And I think that's an important distinction here, because this is a negotiation by definition, not a formulaic situation. But, I know this works both ways. Interest rates could have been high a couple of years ago and now they're low. This isn't an opportunity for the industry to arbitrage a refund amount. I get that. But in this case, in a negotiated settlement, when the state did nothing wrong, in fact, perhaps advised you of this issue, the punitive is being absorbed by the taxpayer here. I just think that's profoundly wrong. And if because the amount is so large and because it's being stipulated, if that does give this body, this commission discretion, I think we should seize it.
I feel like it would be even a little bit different if it were from 2021 going back, right? Instead of, since they found out all this time later, they're getting interest at the legal rate pursuant to statute. I just feel like, a half. I understand that. I'm not saying it's full interest at the legal rate. I'm just saying, I think that's part of the rub for several of us.
Correct. Yeah, the statute of limitations on it is 5 years also, so they can't go back more than 5 years. Not that it's applicable here.
And Mr. Or Chief Langsabeth, on these frequent ones that you have, just, I don't know if it's changed since I was in the industry years ago, but I mean, a lot of those are brought up pretty promptly and they're due to some kind of human error or miscalculation that gets resolved within a month or 2 months down the line, maybe 6 months, not several years.
That is correct. We typically find those within our audit period when we do audits, whether it be through the audit division or tax and license. And that's about a 2 to 3 year audit period. We'll go in, take a look at how much taxes were paid, whether it was correct or incorrect. And that's typically when we find assessments or refunds. And so, yeah, it does not go back that many years. In this case, both parties, the state and NRSI knew about it before 2021. And that's why they sought to find a report or have a report be approved so that they could make these deductions. So they were aware of it before 2021.
Thank you very much. That helps.
Sure.
I have one question. And this to the Attorney General. What is the statute again that provides for interest in these situations? Can you tell me that, NRS?
Yes, it's NRS 463.387 subsection 6.
463.387 subsection 6.
Yes, and it sets it out that the rate is 1/2 the rate prescribed by NRS 17.130.
You wouldn't happen to know when that was put into effect and by who introduced that?
All I have is the last time this statute was amended is 2001.
Okay.
I don't know if this was put in there at that point or not. I I'm not fast enough at my legislative history research to be able to determine that on the record.
All right, thank you so much.
If I could just speak to the record, I just want to make sure it's clear that NRSI didn't, during the discussions that we had about entering into this stipulation and settling this matter, didn't demand any sort of interest. The issue never came up between us and the board and the Attorney General's office. So I don't mean to be put in
And I don't
put me in a
mean
bit
to
of
make
an odd
any
position, and I appreciate it, but I just wanted to make that clear for the record. It wasn't something that NRSI demanded we get or anything like that. This is all a brand new issue to me as far as I'm seeing it today. So,
Surprise.
yeah, yeah, it's usually how it goes here.
And I
Favorite
meant,
kind of surprise.
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah.
and I meant no aspersion, and I'm delighted you put that onto the record as well.
Yeah, and
This is procedure for inside the Gaming Control Board.
So to put you on the spot and recognizing that you may not be the decision maker, but I'm not sure how this is going to go. And so I guess my question would be, and I'm honestly keeping an open mind because we haven't had the discussion on the actual how to handle it. So I'm not predisposed at this point.
Right.
But my question to you is, if there is a sentiment up here as we get to the actual motion that that this should be revisited, what would be your position on, and do you need to consult with someone and have me recall it?
I'd have to get direction from my client on how to want to handle that. Certainly, I'm not sure. Just to be clear for the procedural, the stipulation is because the statute is set up for there to be an adversarial type hearing where the licensee says we're owed this and the board says we're not. So the stipulation relates to, I guess, foregoing all of that and just getting right to the number. But as far as if this stipulation were declined by the commission, I'd have to go back to my client to get direction on whether or not we would go back to negotiating, or I guess set forward with filing a brief.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions along those lines? Okay. And I guess, Senior Dag Michaela, do you have any other additional information or commentary in response to that?
I'm happy to go whatever way the commission would like. We can go forward with stipulation as it's set out today. If you reject it, I'm prepared to take it to a hearing if necessary. I'm also prepared to have further discussions with NRSI at the direction of the board, of course, since they are my client. And the only procedural note I would make is we would probably need to put in place another stipulated extension while we figure out which way the parties desire to go.
So is that also, I mean, an extension would be something that would be required between the parties? What are we, because honestly, I don't know what's going to happen. So I don't want to have this body make decisions without knowing all the ramifications procedurally and substantively. So that's why I'm asking. I have no idea what's going to happen, right? So what does that mean for us?
The stipulated extension, we have one in place presently until August 28th, and that just extended the time for NRSI to file and serve its memorandum of points and authorities in support for its claim for refund. The initial one was simply between the parties.
I see. So if it was to be needed to be extended, it could be extended to the next commission meeting by agreement only. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And you're not prepared to even represent on that?
I mean, I'm not prepared to represent on that, but I would say that I don't have direction. But if it were declined today, I would seek working on an extension with the Deputy Attorney General's office so that I could get direction on whether or not we wanted to negotiate or file a brief. Because either way, I don't know that filing a brief by the 28th would be realistic.
Right. Okay, I'm asking because again, I don't know what the temperature up here is going to be. So I think that, does anyone else have any procedural questions about what happens in the event? I think we all understand if this is approved, we're done. If it's not, then the parties have options. They can go back and renegotiate, or as counsel pointed out, on behalf of his client, he may choose to go forward for a hearing. That certainly would be their prerogative. So I think we all understand that. Any other questions on that?
Just a procedural question. If a motion to reject the stipulation and settle, the stipulation for settlement is made, do we have to include this, anything about the extension at this point? It seems like the request for extension would be for the party's benefit. So I'm assuming you would want one, but Mr. McKellar, does that need to be included all in one motion?
I don't believe so. I would defer to commission counsel as to whether or not the commission could simply extend the time in accordance with the item before you today, or if it would have to be the parties.
So can I ask a question that will just, because we were heading towards a motion, somebody throw a wrench into that and ask, is it possible, is it even an option for the commission to approve the stipulation as to, it's all been negotiated. What I understand is these are set sums. This is what they're entitled to, the number on line 11 of page 2 of 5, right? They're entitled to that principal. The interest is what is the concern up here. So is it an option? Nope, I'm getting already know. She knows what I'm going to say. It's like she's in my head. Chief, you know what I'm going to say, which is it an option to vote and give them their refund on line 11 of $3,120,197.28 and reject the interest issue so that they are refunded? Is that an option?
Not today. That's not an option with the document that's before you, but the parties can certainly stipulate to facts going forward if they're going to come to a hearing.
Because that would have been kind of a nice stop the clock running on the interest, because by the way, were they to prevail at a hearing and get every penny they're entitled to, they're getting $446.09 that they believe they are entitled to if they take that position. $446.09 a day.
$1,380.
That's if it's in September, right? That doesn't mean it's going to be in September, because if they go to hearing, there might be other evidentiary and discovery issues, correct? Senior DAG?
Yes, Chair. There would be the memorandum of points and authorities from NRSI, and then the board also gets a reply to that, and then there could be discovery. I don't know that there would be in this case because the base number has been confirmed.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay.
I'm not sure, as far as trying to put an extension built into this, if that's the direction you're going, I don't think that would be necessary. We have a good working relationship with Senior Attorney General Michaela. So next week we could, if need be, we could get another stipulation signed. And
again, I have no idea.
Right.
This
No,
could all be an intellectual exercise. I don't know.
Foreshadowing.
But I want you to feel like you've had an opportunity to be heard and tell us everything you want us to know. I mean, you've heard of all the thinking out loud going on up here. Do you have anything you would like to add before we consider any motions?
No, just to reiterate that the interest was never an issue that was discussed. I can't speak for my client, so I don't know what they'll have to say, but I guess if I had to go one way or another, I'm not sure I want to be guessing up here, but I don't suspect that we'd want to be adversarial over this and take it to a hearing, but it's not my decision.
Well, and I'm not putting you on the spot for a decision. I just want to make sure that you've had an opportunity to be heard as far as any comments. Anything else, Senior DAG Michaela, that you would like to say before I ask if any of my colleagues have a motion?
I don't believe so, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for, in the matter of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., case number 24-01-RTR. I move to reject the stipulation for settlement and order as presented to us today.
Discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, yes, and I appreciate the motion being made, and I will support it. But again, this isn't a negative on NRSI. Government is government, but sometimes government needs to just be practical and think as it would as a person. And for $250,000 worth of interest, there's right and wrong, and this is a matter of principle to me, Ellie. So I absolutely have confidence that in good faith negotiations will be had, but I would certainly hope recognition would be made as to the punitive aspect that the state would be absorbing if we were to pay this interest. And I would urge, staff, going forward, when there is a stipulated situation for a refund, that, there might be a new approach on how to calculate that interest or whether to even approve interest if it's at no fault of the state. Thank you.
What I would say is, I think even something in between, right? Like when you became aware in 2021, some date in 2021, years ago, that I think that might be an easier pill to swallow for interest than, and I'm not suggesting, that, I'm just saying, just as an example, compromise from where we are now, which is that the state is, and I am comforted to know it's being adjusted every 6 months, just because the interest, compared to 2021 is a lot higher. So, anyway, I don't know if you, Commissioner Silver or Marcantonis, have any comments on the motion itself?
I tend to agree with the motion that I think our task, whatever our mandate is, a commission, is to protect our state, the taxpayers and the team members who work in the state, and the integrity of the entire industry. And I think that the interest payment that is in front of me here is excessive in the circumstances, considering that both sides are supposed to take care of their own legal and fees and other fees associated with this whole discussion. So that's where I stand right now.
Chair Tagliati, I do have something. The comment I would make is, since it's a stipulation, there was a lot of back and forth about how much time it took the auditing team and tax team to get this all together, and just looking at that as a whole as well might offset some of that perhaps interest as well, to where the parties could maybe agree to something different than what's here in this particular stipulation, that could be a factor into it as well, since it's an agreement between the parties.
Well, and I would say this, I feel that the board works very hard to protect the public on a regular basis, every day, all day. And so it's always hard when something comes before and we're part-time cameo appointees coming in and second guessing those efforts. It's always awkward, and it's always, we ask a lot of questions, mostly from not knowing, right? And so one of the things that I wish I was on myself more prepared is looking back at some of these previous types of stipulations, like the one in 2022. And, I just don't have the benefit of being able to compare and contrast what we were doing then versus what we're doing now, and how we looked at this interest issue, if we looked at it at all. I don't remember having it being discussed like it is here, but that doesn't mean it wasn't. And so I am a little loath to vote in favor of the motion without knowing what we did in the past and why, with one case that I participated in, because just like when you're a judge and you want to give parties consistency and an ability to rely on things, you treat similarly situated issues and people the same. Like that's the goal every day, all day. And so it looks like there's going to be a majority no matter what I do. So I'm probably going to go with the majority, but I will say I don't take lightly that the board entered this stipulation. And quite frankly, most of their stipulations are accepted. It's been my experience. But I think you understand now the issues and I'm going to call for a vote and we'll see how it goes. Okay. So there's been a motion to reject the stipulation for the reasons discussed. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. So can you go back to the drawing board?
We certainly can, Chair.
The good news is it appears to just be about the interest and not the principal.
Right, right. Yeah.
And then I guess the question is, I'm going to look at my chief. The question is, this is not one of those things where if they resolve this issue quickly, what would be the latest that it could be put on for September? Is that even possible? I guess I'll ask Senior Dag.
Yeah, it would just have to go on the agenda. So 3 days notice.
How many?
3 days notice.
Oh,
from
just the regular
September
3 days.
agenda. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is your client's expecting $3 million soon. And so we want to make sure that I get this, if it's resolved. If it's not, then you got to do what you got to do. But if it is, to get it on the next agenda is what I'm asking. And
I
so
understand.
there should be no limitations there, is what I'm hearing, if you have an extension and an agreement. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, at this time, we start with the 3 gaming employee registration appeals, starting with the first. Nicole, if you could read that into the record.
Next for your consideration are 3 gaming employee registration appeals, and the first item is Reed Mitchell, case number 23LV00688.
Are we aware that this person has appeared at all today?
This is the second time we passed this for, isn't it?
I have not seen him today. He was noticed of the meeting, both through certified mail and email. And I
Okay.
did receive confirmation that he had received those.
All right. Does anyone have a motion?
I have a motion to sustain the findings. Hold on, I'll say exactly what I'm supposed to. Wait. No. We'll do it. Here we go. So I move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Reed Mitchell's registration as a gaming employee.
Okay. I believe because he has not appeared, and we continued this at the last, at his last hearing to today. We are all bound by the materials and have no additional information other than that. So does anyone have any comments on the motion or discussion they wish to make?
The only thing I would make a comment on is that I had made the motion last time he didn't appear, and that there were other comments that everybody wanted him to be here and give him full and fair whatever, but he literally was saying that, the board and the commission didn't send, like, the emails were wrong, everything's wrong, and this is the second time he's not here. So I think we've been more than generous, bending over backwards for this particular individual, and I think we should vote on it.
Anyone else?
Just a quick comment for the record. I inquired of Madam Secretary as to whether the notices had been sent to him regarding the change of location, and she confirmed that they had. So I'm comfortable going forward with it at this point.
Madam Chair, I was part of that commentary a month ago, trying to give this gentleman another chance, Mr. Mitchell, to appear in front of us. He's failed to do though. So I'm fully comfortable this month sustaining and supporting the motion.
Are there any other comments or questions? Excuse me, comments or discussion? There being none, all in favor of Commissioner Silver's motion, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you read in the next gaming employee registration appeal?
The second gaming registration appeal item is Otis Ross, case number 23LV01381.
Good afternoon, members of the commission, members of the board. James Gallo
afternoon.
with Mr. Ross.
Hello.
Hello.
So I normally start all these hearings the same way. I advise you that we give you and your client, to the extent he wants to address us personally, the opportunity to be heard on any matter contained within the record. We are bound by the record, as I think you know.
Yes.
We have materials that we've been given that include the transcript from the hearing, the findings of the hearing officer, et cetera. And the time will come for an exchange of questions of you and your client, potentially. And then at some point, I will ask if there's anything else you have, and we will have a motion, and it will be discussed, in which the participatory part of that will be over, and it will just be the commissioners speaking about the motion. But what I will say is, because, you know, you're here as counsel, you get the bound by the record issue. A lot of folks represent themselves and don't get that. So, you know, to the extent he has anything to offer that's outside of the record, we can certainly point that out if need be. But it seems as if he's lucky to have counsel here today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because when you're ready, you can be heard on all of these things.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I mean, I'm sorry.
Happens a lot.
Madam Chair. So I would just like to elaborate on some of on the recommendation. I obviously was involved in a criminal court case, so I can make, and that's part of the record. I was present at the hearing.
Counsel, wait, I didn't have you, you know, I've known you how long? How long have you, when did you appear before me?
28 years with me as a prosecutor as well.
Yes. So I forgot to have you state your appearance for our court reporter. I'm sorry.
Oh, James Gallo, bar number 5959. Sorry.
Sorry. Thank you.
So yes, yes, Madam Chair. So as I said, I was personally involved in the criminal court case. I was also at the hearing with the meeting with the Gaming Control Board. I would just like to elaborate a little bit on it with my experience with Mr. Ross's case. So he does have a violent criminal history. That his last conviction was in 2001. So it's 23 years before he was arrested for this particular crime back in May of 23. And as part of the arrest, in all aspects of life, you get judged by your criminal history, your employment history, educational history. So when he had contact with police, they obviously saw his criminal history. When he appeared in front of the Justice Court judge in Henderson, they also saw his criminal history, the severity of the allegations that were being made. And his bail was set extraordinarily high, $40,000. And Mr. Ross was incapable of posting bail at that point. So he was forced to stay in custody. At the time, he had 3 jobs, lost all 3 jobs while he was in custody. We set an expedited in custody preliminary hearing date. The victim did show up to court. I did express my perceptions of that victim and her testimony that she appeared to be under the influence of methamphetamine. She was very erratic. Her testimony, although she did hit the main points of her allegations, the timeline was off, the locations were all off. Her credibility was very suspect. But
But at a preliminary hearing, the burden is very, very low. It's slight or marginal evidence that Mr. Ross committed the crime. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt or clear and convincing. It's a very, very low burden. So the Justice Court judge did bind the case up. I did have I must take a note too. I was dealing with a very young prosecutor that had just come into the office at the district attorney's office. And after the preliminary hearing, he did advise me that he was going to talk to his team chief afterwards about what occurred, right? So at his district court arraignment, I was presented an opportunity to discuss with Mr. Ross a negotiation. And in my experience, the negotiation is one that's somewhat common when the state's case is very weak at the district court level. So these are very serious felony charges that he was facing. He still had a $40,000 bond. He had lost his employment. He'd been in custody for a significant amount of time. So he was left with an option of he could ask for a speedy trial. He was going to have to stay in custody for another 60 days while we waited that opportunity for a speedy trial, or he could accept a negotiation. And the negotiation in its technical terms was for a gross misdemeanor, conspiracy to commit a crime, to wit, assault. So that's a catch-all, low-level gross misdemeanor, which is really a fictional plea because there was no allegations that he committed this crime with anybody else. There was no conspiracy in this case. The allegations was that he did these things himself, and then it was a low-level assault. Mr. Ross was concerned about his effect as being a gaming employee, and he did mention that. And I do take issue with how my advice to him is displayed in the recommendations. I advised Mr. Ross that it could have an impact on his employment as a gaming employee. However, I said, in my experience with my clients, it has not. And that very well could be that they never came back and told me there was an issue either. I advised Mr. Ross, if there is an issue, I will help out, which I'm here doing, because it was a fictional plea and it really should have been just a misdemeanor assault. The procedure up in district court, the prosecutor wasn't willing to recommend acting as a magistrate. I'm not sure why, but I mean, that's part of the negotiations. Wasn't willing to send it back to Henderson. It was either we're closing it down today, credit for time served, by the way, no probation, no anything. He was able to be released from custody the following day. So that's the issues that I would say as far as my representation of it. I'd also indicate that there is another clarification on the findings of fact and recommendation that Mr. Ross was never able to provide an explanation as to why this victim went all crazy. And it was because he had helped not only her, he'd given her a small amount of money to help her out, but also one of her friends when he was giving him a ride. And Mr. Ross was driving an older Porsche and giving them a ride. And once he gave them the money, they were asking and demanding more money. And that's how the dispute occurred and how he kicked him out of the car. There was no weapons, nothing. The only weapon in the report that they found in the vehicle that could have been conceived as one was a massage gun that has like a big end. And I don't even see how that could be associated with that. But so he did indicate that at the meeting. He did indicate that to the police as to what occurred. And that would be the reason that was provided. And in the recommendations, it indicates that he had no clue as to why she would do these things. But that is the explanation that he had provided law enforcement and provided me and did provide at that hearing as well. And so I just wanted to make sure that as far as my experience in the criminal justice system, this type of a case, he was put into a very difficult situation, having to remain in custody or take this particular resolution. I would also note his gaming employee is basically has been as a porter and as an unarmed security guard. So that's what his experience is as far as being a gaming employee. But as far as any questions, either myself or Mr. Ross are available for any questions.
Does anyone want to start? Does anyone have any questions or comments? All right, does anyone have a motion? I don't know. Um,
I do have one question, if I may. Chair, Mr. Ross, are you employed in any capacity right now?
Yes, sir. I'm doing private personal security.
Personal security?
Yes, sir.
And is that a full-time employment?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been doing that, sir?
About a month.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ross.
Does anyone else have any questions? Or
Madam Chair, no questions, but just observations. And Mr. Gallo, I appreciate you being here today. You're making right on a promise you made to a client. I respect that. And certainly, Mr. Ross, thank you for your patience and being here today.
Thank you, sir.
You know, is the chair stated that we're limited to the four corners of what we have in front of us. And,
yes, sir.
And you're not offering any new testimony, nor are we asking, but there's just so many contradictions in the documents that we have. It's really hard to keep some of the facts right. I've heard, you know, the representation and, you know, perhaps the person who accused you of these things was not of right mind. You know, I don't know. But in what we're looking at now, there's just some inconsistencies here. And that's what I have to base my decision on today. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
can I ask, so, you know, it could be in here. You get a lot of materials and it's just kind of, what is with Otis McDarrell Davidson versus Otis Ross? What is his true legal name and what is Davidson?
When I was 7 years old, my mom and dad got divorced.
Can you speak over to the microphone, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you start over?
When I was 7 years old, my parents got divorced. My dad's last name was Davidson. My mom remarried to a man named John Ross. He adopted me, and that's how I got the Ross. But the paperwork in Carson City, I think it was 1985, it burned out, and all that records were lost, so I couldn't get that stuff.
So according to the state of Nevada, you're still Otis McDarrell Davidson?
No, ma'am.
So
My
your
last
name
name's
was
Ross.
legally changed to Ross?
Yes, ma'am. I have
Okay,
a
that's what
driver's license.
Okay, that doesn't really have any significance here. I just noticed that I couldn't see where that had changed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry, so did you have anything?
I had just a quick question. Mr. Gallo, you mentioned that Mr. Ross had made or had provided the police the same explanation that he provided during his testimony as far as, you know, the rides he'd provided, the money he'd given, and the fact that
She'd asked for more money.
yeah, that she asked him for money and all that. Some of that is, the record is not reflective. I mean, the Henderson Police Report does not necessarily coincide with the other information that is before us in the transcripts and, you know, that came out later in the preliminary hearing and such. So
What he doesn't testify at the hearing, this would be what we went, only the victim testifies at a preliminary hearing. So as far as his statement, that was at the gaming hearing that we just had.
right, but that statement isn't consistent with what was before the Henderson Police. He gave a statement there was a suspect's interview in the police report.
And I'm sorry, I do a lot of police reports. They don't put everything in a police report. So that I can tell you this is what he's told me.
Okay.
And the police report doesn't leave, I mean, every single detail as far as what he told the police is not in there. And they didn't show up at the preliminary hearing. I wish they would have, but they weren't there. I would love to have asked questions of them.
I understand. I just wanted to confirm. I thought you indicated that the interview he gave the police was the same as what he gave during his hearing at before the gaming.
To be honest, I haven't read that police report since May of 23.
No problem. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis, do you have any questions?
No additional questions. No.
Commissioner Silver?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, unless anybody has any additional questions for counsel or his client, then I would ask, if no one does, I would ask, does anyone have a motion they want to make? Here's what happens. You start at 10 a.m. and you go continuously, except for restroom breaks, until almost 3, and you start to lose your, you know.
I've been here since noon. I have a headache myself. Use the restroom.
I'll have a motion. I appreciate you being here, but I'm voting to sustain the objection. So
you have a motion?
I move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Mr. Ross's registration as a gaming employee. He can certainly come back in a year, but I think because of the conviction and the underlying facts of it are concerning, along with his prior record. And so I appreciate Mr. Gallo, of course, being here, and certainly in a year, we might consider something different, but right now, under these facts, I simply cannot do anything but vote to sustain it.
Thank you.
Does any discussion on the motion?
I would be inclined to support the motion principally just because I don't have any independent verification and independent in the sense that if what he testified to happen at the gaming control hearing had been consistent with what's in the police report, I would be more inclined to go ahead and overrule the objection. But the rationale is it's just not consistent. I mean, the report that he gave, the police report, just made it seem like, hey, you know, we just met, gave rides, gave them each some money. No mention was made of the comments that this woman allegedly made to him, or we just have no information as to, you know, where the second person was, if she was there. The alleged victim claims that she was by herself and there was never a second person involved. I mean, even as to the hot dog being available or not being available, it's inconsistent. So I feel for him because I feel that there's a possibility he was trying to do a good deed. I mean, I feel that's plausible also, but that's just not, I mean, I wish that had been told to the officers on site so it could have made it into the record.
No one knows better than I do that people plead guilty to things to get out of custody, but sometimes life's not fair. He pled guilty to a gross misdemeanor. I don't know how we ignore that, right? And so I get it. I hear you. Sometimes it's so hard to be a defendant. It's so hard when you can't make bail. The system is not always perfect. And I understand that, but this is not, you know, court. There's a conviction for a gross misdemeanor. I know it's not exactly fitting, and we all know how these, well, I guess, I don't know if we all know how these come about, but sometimes if the crime the person's pleading to doesn't exactly fit what the state alleged in the first place, it's because because everyone is compromised so that he can have some resolution and get out of custody. But there's ramifications for that, right? And so I don't know if someone would hire him as a security guard for a hotel with a gross misdemeanor. Maybe, but not for me. So I understand your position. I appreciate it. But I'm going to support the motion. Anybody else have any discussion?
Comment I would make is I think, Mr. Gallo, you did a great job. You know, you had a first degree kidnapping, like life with or life without, and you got a gross misdemeanor. So I applaud your efforts criminally, but I concur with what Chair Tagliati is saying. It's simply very hard on a privileged type of situation. This is all a privilege here with a conviction. And you know better than anyone when it comes to immigration consequences. Now there's gaming consequences, and you forgo those a lot of times to plead to such lesser charges to get your client out of custody. So you really did an amazing job. I just want to throw that out there for your client because you did an amazing job. It's just we're in a different position in this setting. But that's why I said perhaps in a year, if you come back, it will be a different, I mean, there's got to be some consequence here as well. And we can't just let the hearing master who spent their time seeing this conviction, you know, we're not just going to overturn it based on what? It's the same facts. So anyway, for what that's worth, I just wanted to say I really do appreciate all of your efforts in coming here today as well as you, sir.
No, and I understand, I agree, and that's why I just disagree with the representation. I told them it'd all be fine, because I don't deal in absolutes with privileged licenses, because or in any way like that, because of why we're here. So I totally understand.
But you know, that has nothing to do with the decision here. What you tell them, don't tell them. I mean,
No,
allegedly.
but I just wouldn't, you know.
Yes, I understand.
It's frustrating.
Does anyone else have any questions? I mean, a commentary about the motion? Okay, so there's, oh, go ahead.
Just a statement on what, Mr. Ross, 1 year is solid. If you put your head to the grindstone and know that that time moves quickly, please, and focus. You have some employment right now, whether it's short term or it's not full time. It's a step. It's a step and it's the right direction. Yeah. You know, we will always look at the facts that are in front of us. It's not our job, our task to keep people unemployed. That's not our task. And hopefully we'll see in 1 year what a new direction could be. Thank you for sitting through such a lengthy session today, sir. And you too, Mr. Gallo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate your time.
So calling for a vote. They're leaving. Okay. All in favor of the motion? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Madam Secretary, please read in our next agenda item.
The final gaming registration appeal item is Che Jae Hyuk Lee, case number 24LV00020.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. Andrew Levitt with Mr. Jay Lee present with me.
Mr.
Madam Chair, may I just make a quick disclosure?
Sure.
Before we get started. I'm making this disclosure out of an abundance of caution. I don't think there's any legal conflict or legal obligation for me to disclose it, but I did just want to put on the record that I clerked for Mr. Levitt's father. I'm sorry, can you hear me now? Okay, I'm making this disclosure out of an abundance of caution. I don't believe there's any legal conflict, but I did want to put on the record that I clerked for Mr. Levitt's father 23 years ago, I think, something like that.
Yes.
It's been a while.
Long time.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'll put on the record then that he wrote my recommendation on to the district court too. So thank you for that, Myron Levitt.
Thanks.
How old are you people?
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. I think you were probably present here when we advised the previous appellant and his counsel how this process works. Were you there?
Yes, you don't need to repeat it, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So when you're ready to be heard on this matter.
Your Honor, so Mr. Lee is 52 years old. He came to Las Vegas in January of 2000, 24 years ago. Ironically, he started out as a poker dealer at the Sahara Hotel and Casino. He went up to be a table games manager. And when he was at the Wynn for 16 years, he was a pit manager, shift manager. He then, when the Gaming Control Board came to the Wynn and interviewed him, the Wynn found out about it and they suspended him, and then they eventually terminated him. He got a job at Fountain Blue, where he was working as a table game supervisor. And then in February, when his gaming card came up for renewal, they denied it. Okay, so the event that it was denied over happened on June 28th, 2022. So 26 months ago is when this thing happened. And I'm going to talk about the recommendation because there's some errors in there. But anyway, so 26 months ago this happened. He's playing Baccarat at the Sahara. okay, where he broke into as a poker dealer 24 years ago. He was very intoxicated. He had been playing for 7 hours. He started at 8:30 p.m. and ended at this thing happened at 4:30 in the morning. And it's all on video, so there's really no dispute as to what happened because everything was on video. But during this time when he's in there gambling, he's sleeping. In other words, he's playing the game, and then over here there's an empty table, and he'd go over there and take a nap, and was literally sleeping in the casino on the table over there. So he had a $2,000 wager, and when he was playing baccarat, he thought that it had tied. Okay, and so he thought the next hand was coming up, so he added 500 to his bet. It turned out that he had won the bet, and so he added 500 unintentionally by mistake to his bet. He actually won, so he ended up getting an extra $475. Now, when this was brought to his attention, right, he immediately went to the ATM machine and paid back the $475. The Sahara came down, one of the supervisors came down and said, hey, earlier when you were playing, you put an extra 500 and we paid you $500 too much, but there's a $25 commission. So he immediately went and paid back the $475 on the spot right there. The Sahara didn't 86 him, right? They said, okay, it was a mistake. We understand it was a mistake. In fact, they gave him a $700 room comp for the inconvenience. In other words, he got a $700 comp right after this. Everybody realized it was a mistake. And most importantly, the Sahara Hotel did not want to press charges. He was never arrested, never 86, never trespassed. They said, okay, you made a mistake. You were drinking too much. You were stupid. You had been there for 8 hours or 7 hours, however long it was. You were obviously intoxicated, but he never intended to steal, cheat, or commit a fraudulent act. Okay, it was a mistake. And in fact, if you go down to the El Cortez right now and play craps, those dealers down there will make 3 or 4 mistakes every hour. It's a mistake. In other words, they don't pay somebody, or they forget to pay somebody, they overpay somebody, they underpay somebody, and the pit boss comes in and says, hey, you got to pay him. It's a mistake. It wasn't a criminal act. Now, June 28th, 2022 is when this happens, right? So on July 19th, 2022, he was interviewed by Gaming Control. They came to his work at the Wynn. They went in a separate room, and that's why he got suspended, because the Wynn found out, what's Gaming Control doing down here interviewing you? Now, when he went in and they gave him an interview, he cooperated 100%, told them exactly what I just told you. And there's really nothing, there's no dispute, because again, everything was on video. It's all videotaped. He cooperated with Gaming Control. They said, no problem, we'll look into it. And if it was a mistake, we probably won't press charges. And again, the Sahara Hotel had no problem with it. They weren't pressing charges. So on January 8th, 2023, they filed a criminal complaint. Okay, so that's 7 months after this happened. The state files a criminal complaint. So on February 27th, we went to court. I represented him. Okay, so there was never a warrant. He was never arrested. Now, Exhibit H that's attached to, there was one of the exhibits when we went in front of the hearing officer. It's what's called a register of actions. It shows right in there he was never arrested. In fact, they issued a summons in lieu of arrest, but we were able to get it in court before the summons even reached him. So he was never arrested. We went to court. It was in front of Judge Cellini. Basically said what I just said, and she says, okay, we're going to set it for a preliminary hearing. So when the state gets the case, right, it gets resolved. Okay, now the commission of a fraudulent act and a gaming establishment was dismissed. Okay, he pled no contest to disturbing the peace. And we specifically made a record that he was disturbing the peace by sleeping on the tables where nobody was playing. That was part of the deal. In other words, he didn't plead guilty to it wasn't a lesser offense. It didn't have anything to do with gaming. It didn't have anything to do with him allegedly cheating or putting an extra $500 down. Now, the recommendation is 3 pages long, right? In the recommendation, the hearing officer said 7 different times in this recommendation that he was arrested for this offense. Okay, he was never arrested for this offense. So that's a mistake where the hearing officer continually says, well, he was arrested. He was never handcuffed. He never went to jail. He was never incarcerated. He was never fingerprinted. It was handled in court because obviously when you look at the video, he's intoxicated. It's a one-time mistake over a 7-hour period where he added a bet to his, where he added $500 to his bet. Now, one of the conclusions in the recommendation was his actions led to and resulted in an arrest. That's a mistake. And Exhibit H that was in front of the hearing officer specifically says he was never arrested. And there's nothing anywhere, and nobody ever testified that he wasn't arrested. In fact, when the Gaming Control Board went and interviewed him at the Wynn, they didn't arrest him. In fact, the agent left and said, well, this is probably just going to go away because it was obviously a mistake, but it didn't go away. Somebody decided 7 months later to file a criminal complaint. So anyway, again, the event happened 26 months ago. So when she says, when the hearing officer said, due to the recency of his arrest, first of all, he was never arrested, and this event happened 26 months ago, not on January 8th, 2023, like it says in the recommendation. So in February, they took his gaming card. So the objection is, or that we have, is that number one, the criminal case was completely dismissed. Okay, he never pled guilty or was found guilty of any wrongdoing other than sleeping on the table. Now, it's been 2 years and 2 months. Okay, like you just told the last person, the last individual, well, maybe wait a year and come back, or you can take, wait a year and come back. Well, it's been 26 months for Mr. Lee. And I think, I don't believe, and by the way, we specifically testified, and I was representative in that hearing, that he was never arrested and that it happened 26 months ago, or back then it wasn't 20 months ago. But nevertheless, the hearing officer continually puts in there that he was arrested and he wasn't. And then the last thing she says, well, maybe he can stay out of trouble for a longer period of time. Okay. I think the hearing officer was under the mistaken impression that this thing happened in January of 2023 when it didn't. Again, it's 26 months ago. So it's been 2 years and 2 months. He's had nothing prior to this. He's had nothing since this. So in 2 years and 26 months, he's never been in trouble. And he's never had a gaming violation, never anything. So basically, he's in here, drink too much. He took advantage of the free drinks that they give you. He's sleeping. They should have probably told him to leave when he was sleeping on the tables over there. But he'd sleep, wake up, come back and play, go over and sleep on the table, come back and play. And it was a mistake. And like I said, he immediately made it right, gave him 100% refund, said, geez, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize my mistake. But since the surveillance had called gaming and said, there was this, apparently they're obligated whenever there's an issue, which again, down at the Oak Cortez crap table, the Gaming Control Board would be camped out there all day because the dealers continually make mistakes. Any crap game, the dealers make mistakes. And that's what it is. It was a mistake. It wasn't a criminal act, and it was handled accordingly in the criminal case. And it's been, when they say come back later or come back in a year, or due to the recency of his arrest, it was 26 months ago. And he's, again, a pit supervisor, impeccable record at the Wynn for 16 years, applied to the Fountain Blue, immediately got hired. They'll hire him back at the Fountain Blue. And there's like probably 5 other casinos that would hire him. So that's why we appealed. The recommendation's wrong, and we'd ask you to overturn it.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Levitt or his client? Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. Mr. Levitt, you mentioned the video several times. Was the video presented to the court at all, or?
No, in other words, the case was plea bargained to justice court.
Before.
So obviously the deputy district attorney had it. He looked at it. I looked at it. It truly is a mistake. I mean, he's intoxicated and he puts it on there after and the dealer should have caught it. But the dealer was looking over here or something, but it was right in the middle of the game when he did it. But he had already won the hand. He didn't realize that. He thought it was a tie.
I understand that. And you've reviewed the video. Has your client reviewed the video as well?
Oh, yes, 100 times. Yes.
I believe there was some mention in our record that the video was shown to him at some point, maybe before you even got involved. When they showed him
No, I don't.
Okay, I thought they showed it to him when they told him about the mistake.
Yeah, no, when the gaming control officer came and interviewed him at the Wynn. He didn't see the video. The only time he saw the video was after I got it in
Okay.
the criminal case.
I thought maybe, I thought I might have, I'm probably misremembering. I thought they showed it to him when they told him about, because when they told him about the mistake, the day that it happened.
Oh, did you? see it?
That night, no.
No,
But
he never saw it before.
did he
the
make
criminal.
that restitution the day it happened?
He immediately, I mean, literally got up off the table, went to the ATM and gave him $475 and paid it right there.
So they told him of the mistake. They just didn't show
Right.
him anything.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Lee,
Yes.
how often do you drink now?
Maybe once a month.
Okay.
One occasion a month. I should say.
That night was a pretty big loss night. How often do you have gaming losses to that extent?
To that extent? Never, nearly never.
Okay.
I've saved a few dollars, but no, that was a pretty substantial loss that night.
Okay.
And can I add a couple things for the record?
Could you move?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, here.
So the $500, that was my final $500. It wasn't like a partial amount. I thought the hand was over. I said, put it there and go home for the night. And I had a room there. Secondly, the agent that interviewed me at the Wynn, Agent Sanar, upon the completion of the interview, he allowed me to return to work. There was no custody. And he said, you're free to work until something more comes of this.
Understood.
Even his initial reaction was such that, okay, you'll just be moving on.
Okay. And when you reviewed the video, did you see yourself going off to the other table and sleeping?
The video, I was able to acquire the video from Mr. Lovett upon getting it from Discovery in court. And it's about 10 hours of video from multiple camera angles. So certainly I went through it and you could see I leave multiple times to go to another bar to get alcohol. And unfortunately, I go to another table that's because they said I can't lay down on the table that's live. So I went to the table next to that was closed and I was putting my head down. I know none of that is acceptable, but that
Okay,
is.
understood. I just want to make sure. Mr. Levitt, was the video presented as evidence at the Gaming Control Board hearing?
I believe so. It was part of the record, so I assume the hearing officer looked at it. We didn't play it at the hearing.
Okay, and I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. These issues are always so difficult, and appreciate you being here today, Mr. Lee and Mr. Levitt. It's a pleasure to see you. I'm thinking I'm just hearing differences, but I have a document here that said Mr. Lee did have to, he had a summons to appear in court.
Right.
In lieu of arrest, but that he was to be fingerprinted and processed. Is that not true? This didn't happen?
That did not happen. Yeah, when we went to court, they just set it for a preliminary hearing. There was never a warrant. So he didn't have to be fingerprinted or processed. He never went to jail. He was never handcuffed. They just, if you look at Exhibit H, the Register of Action, it'll show that I appeared and then they set it for preliminary hearing.
I'm holding up Exhibit G. I don't see H. G is the last one I have.
Can you hold on? So the court reporter, the poor court reporter, we have to not talk over each other. Do you feel like you're in court?
What's that, Your Honor?
Do you feel like you're in court?
Yes.
Okay, so what's up?
Is there an Exhibit H?
Exhibit G is the Register of Action.
It's Exhibit, okay, I misspoke. It's Exhibit G, as part of the record was the Register of Actions. And what that is, it's basically court minutes from a criminal case that tracks everything that happens. And so if you look on there, it says summons in lieu of arrest. But before the summons could be issued, Mr. Lee, a friend actually told him, say, I saw you on the court calendar. He came and hired us. We confirmed as his attorney, and then they immediately set up for what's called a preliminary hearing. In other words, he wasn't processed. There wasn't an OR walkthrough. He never went to jail. He was never fingerprinted, never handcuffed. None of that ever happened.
Understand. Thank you. I'll hold any additional questions I might have.
Thanks.
Listen to my colleagues.
Commissioner Marcantonis, any questions?
Mr. Lee, Mr. Levitt, thank you for sitting through this today. By the way, Mr. Levitt, that was a pretty impassioned opening statements from you. As somebody who has had to oversee casinos for a long time and so on and so forth and work in them, I want you to know that the description of the series of events is very plausible. That does happen when mistakes are made all the time throughout the days. You're right. Small mistakes, sometimes primarily from customers who are very intoxicated. And although one might get startled by thinking the casino would then offer you a comp room immediately, that night was even more than the mistake of the payout, that is not that surprising to me at all. I just was thinking to myself, deja vu, how many times have we seen that? But you have certainly, I hope, learned your lesson. I think Commissioner Solis Rainey's question about your drinking habits and so on is, look what this has resulted in for you. And as I had said in the earlier case before today, it's not our job to keep people unemployed. Our job is to look after the entire industry. And I hope that this has been a major lesson for you going forward. And that's really all I had to mention. Thanks, Judge.
Of course, it certainly has been a tough pill to swallow. Professional reputation has been damaged. I've certainly lost now 2 employment opportunities that were not directly affiliated with those employment opportunities because of this. So absolutely lesson learned.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver, you have any comments or questions?
No. Thank you.
Just assuming unintentional and impairment, although there seems to be some observation referenced by someone else that the video doesn't seem to show impairment. Just based upon your employment and then your behavior, it's like, how do those 2 things happen? I'm so impaired. I'm spending thousands of dollars. I got to go lay down on a table. Maybe I should ask for a sleeping bag. I don't know that that's the standard, right? Even if it wasn't intentional, it's disturbing. The behavior, I will say that. But I'm certainly going to keep an open mind and hear what my colleagues have to say about a motion, if anybody has one. Because
well, I mean, I'm happy to make a motion. I don't know how much support I'll have for it. I would be inclined to, I'd move to reverse the objection with a limitation or with the condition that Mr. Lee subject himself to, at his own expense, to alcohol testing periodically.
That's fine.
does it have to be more specific, Chief?
Repeat it one more time.
I move to reverse the objection with the condition that Mr. Lee subject himself to alcohol testing at his own expense. I said periodically, but if we need to, like every 90 days.
For how long?
For another year. For for a year.
One moment.
Is that directly from the sheet that I gave you? I think the word is randomly. I want to check with enforcement, but I think it would be random testing.
It just said condition blank.
And by the way, random testing's fine and he won't object to that. We offered that at the hearing.
Right. And I would amend my, I am happy to amend my motion to indicate that he would be subject to random testing at his expense at least or no more than once every 90 days for the next 12 months.
Okay. So you want to do that testing once every 4 months for the next 12 months?
Correct. So that would be 4 tests.
Okay. I do have, may I?
Sure.
Chair.
Do you have
Yeah,
a motion or a comment on?
Just
the
a comment as well. Now that everybody is talking, I would agree with Mr. Levitt that in the conclusion of the decision, Mr. Levitt is correct that numerous times it's mentioned, and it almost looks like the basis is, quote, an arrest. And he is correct. There's no arrest here. This was a summons into court. And what he's saying is correct, what happened. And then I want to piggyback on to what Chair Tagliati said, that it doesn't alleviate and to member Commissioner Rainey Solis's concerns. I think that when you look at overall what happened here, it's still concerning that a gaming employee would go in and get that drunk, that he would sleep in a casino and do irrespective of the quote late bet or alleged late bet, or he didn't know it was a bet. If you took all of that away, it's still concerning just the behavior in a gaming establishment. And so I agree with the concerns of both the chair and also Commissioner Rainey Solis as well. So I agree with that.
Any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to add a comment. Chair, you mentioned that there was a comment in there about somebody not believing that he looked impaired. That was one of the supervisors at the Baccarat area. But if the video is just, showing this person having to leave the table to go put his head down and sleep or, rest, whatever it was that he was doing, I'm equally concerned with a licensee allowing somebody to get to that extent of intoxication and still allowing him to continue gaming and drinking.
Well, what I would say is we don't seem to have a lot about the video other than what respectfully you're telling us. Right? There's no findings in I don't know that the video was observed by the officer or not. I don't know, I only know what's that sentence in the report that we have where that's referenced and what you're telling us. But technically what you're telling us is kind of outside of the record because we don't have it. So I'm not questioning your veracity. I get it. I've known you for many, many years and I don't think you would misrepresent. So there's that. But the question is that part of the record? It's in the transcript, but is it that did you say in the statement or in the transcript that you personally watched it, Mr. Levitt?
I personally watched. I've watched it.
But in the transcript before the hearing officer is what I'm asking. Not what your client said, what you said.
Yeah, I don't recall.
I don't either.
I'm sure I referenced it. I referenced it and said that it was clearly a mistake, that you could see that he was intoxicated, but you could see that it was a mistake. It was my understanding that the video was one of the exhibits at the hearing, but if it wasn't, like I said, the video pretty much speaks for itself. We're not disputing that he added the $500 bet, but what we are disputing is that he was cheating, or that he intentionally did it, or he did it to gain some kind of advantage. And Mr. Lee testified specifically at the hearing that he thought he had a tie and it was on to the next bet, and he was just increasing his bet by $500. But that was the testimony. If the video isn't part of the record, that was the testimony at the hearing, was that it was a mistake and that he had thought that the bet, like I said, had tied and he just was moving on to the next hand. And again, right when they brought it to his attention, he immediately paid it back. In other words, he said, I didn't mean to make a mistake. I'm sorry. Here it is. And by the way, the Sahara had no issue with it. In other words, the hotel itself, said, okay, no problem.
Well, here's the problem with that theory, right? We get a lot of folks who give us letters saying, my new employer will just hire me if you'll just let this go away, right? And you just grant my appeal. So we get that, but they're not in charge of,
I understand,
kind of trying to be the 30,000 foot policy, board type people.
But I think it's an important factor to consider that the alleged victim realized it was a mistake and didn't want to press charges.
Okay. So we have a motion pending. Is there any other comment from commissioners or on the motion itself? The motion was to sustain the objection to the recommendation and
No, to reject.
Overrule, that's what I meant. Overrule the recommendation and with the condition as detailed, which was the 120 days random testing at Mr. Lee's expense.
And Madam Chair.
That's the motion.
And if I can just comment on the motion, I'm going to support it. But I just think it's important for the record, and I know it's been a long afternoon, but this is your career, and I totally get this. So whatever time it takes, you know, we do it. I believe this is the only time you've had an issue in decades of working in gaming, in a 16-year career at Wynn and more years at other places. You know, you may have it under control right now, but you have a serious problem with your drinking, the sleeping at a table. I mean, it's appalling, and it was recent. So even you know, I'm not here to lecture you or to provide counseling, but even once a month drinking probably isn't a good thing. You know, but I'm going to put your decades of exemplary conduct in the gaming industry, you know, against this one incident, but you need to get that under control. And I too have issues with the Sahara. I mean, I'm not sure how the folks in that room allowed you to continue to participate, you know, given the circumstances and your condition. But that's a separate conversation. That's not why we're here today. But I will support the motion.
Well, what I would say about the hotel is they're not here. They don't get to speak for themselves, and we don't know what that video shows because none of us have watched it. So I would just say that. That being said, does anyone else have anything comments wise on the motion?
I can just add, Chair, that after listening to my fellow commissioners too, and I too taking the same position as Commissioner Króliki, basing the length of your service, and I will support the motion for today, but be forewarned that we don't have multiple strikes in the future. Thank you.
So if there's nothing else, then I would call for a vote, and I would, I think, because it might not be unanimous, we should just, I'll ask Commissioner Króliki, what is your vote on the motion?
I'll vote aye.
Aye.
Solus Rainey. Commissioner Marcantonis.
Aye.
Commissioner Silver.
Aye.
And I vote nay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck.
Thank you, Commission.
By the way, if he has any questions about how to comply with the urinalysis requirement, who does he contact? Do we know that?
You can send an email to me, the executive secretary. You have my email already.
Yeah.
And I will get it to the right people.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
So presumably there'd have to be a way to contact him, give him notice. He has to keep that, you know, contact information current with the board, yada, yada, yada.
We'll take care of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I go to public comment quickly? I think that'd be appropriate place to do this, but it pertains to this issue and all of the GREs, GERs that we're doing, you know.
Sure, can we call it?
I'm sorry.
No, I think we have.
No, I know we're not finished. I just want to make a comment that it's timely, but I know it's not. It's outside of open meeting law. It's just a comment and no response. But I find it difficult in these issues because I feel like the record is sometimes incomplete. Like if we had the tape or other things, then maybe it would make a difference. And I know staff works so hard, and it is really troubling to me to overturn the hard work of people who spent considerable amounts of time on these issues. But I just feel like there's often a question that would be easily answered, and to just take away some of the gray and the leap of faith, or just not having the record in front of us to either support the staff recommendation or to overrule it. But I would just perhaps look at how we receive the evidence in these cases, because I just feel sometimes it's incomplete. That's it.
I think I think the issue is we get a record, we get a significant record. The issue is we don't get physical evidence because video is physical evidence. We get a ton of documentary evidence. And so I guess that would be the question that's being kind of put out there. If I'm mischaracterizing it, let me know, but that's how I'm interpreting what you're saying, correct?
Absolutely. We've had an incident where we had somebody who took a chip and put it into a pocket where video surveillance may have demonstrated there was no pocket. So those things would really take away, the poetic aspect of this. We'd have, clinical evidence, definitive evidence of actions.
Well, I think we can certainly approach our Chief Deputy Attorney General. And I will do so after this, just not in this case, obviously, because we made a decision and there's no specific case pending, but just to discuss the process in the event that there's physical evidence like video in the future, how that would work or if it's possible. And I can certainly report back, I think, to the members of the commission to address your concerns. So we'll do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That was easy. Because it isn't the first time, right? This is like the second time, at least in our terms over here. I don't think these two were here then, but this is the second time with a different hearing officer even where video wasn't something we had the benefit of. So I hear you and I will discuss it with our chief and we'll see if there's a process that we can address that. With that said, Madam Secretary, could we have regulations and we have, I notice we have reports usually that I take from the chair and from the Attorney General's office. Right?
Right.
So at this time, do you have anything to report? Pretty soon it'll be evening.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners. Kirk Hendrick for the record. First of all, I want to say thank you to the City of Las Vegas for allowing the commission to have its meeting today in these beautiful chambers. As the commission knows, both the commission and the board are a bit of vagabonds right now. We're moving around offices and moving around locations for meetings. And our board meeting next month will actually be at the Legislative Building, which is at 7230 Amigo Street. And that meeting will be held on Wednesday, September 11th. At 9 a.m., we will have 6 non-restricted items. At 1 o'clock, we will have 7 restricted items. I believe we have 1 patron dispute and 1 new game, as well as we'll be talking about regulations again. And so we hope to have some more meetings in that building. I believe the commission will be in that building for the next couple of months. And then hopefully what's being called the NIE building, which is stone's throw away from the legislative building, should open. We're hoping by the end of the year. And that's where I expect most of the commission meetings and board meetings will actually be happening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything from the Attorney General's office today?
No, nothing today, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Madam Secretary, next on our agenda is
Public comments. This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters.
I'll first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present wishing to make a public comment? Please step forward to the podium. It appears there's no one present in Carson City to make public comment. Are you here to make public comment?
As if you didn't know. Name is Glenn Hunsucker, GLENNHUNSUCKER. It's about regulation 14.110, modification to gaming devices. This regulation states that the chairman may orally approve a modification to a gaming device. I ask that this be stopped. Information about modifications should be the most transparent of all regulations, and oral approval is not transparent. Modifications allow casinos to control the outcome of the games. including allowing people to win. This means they can discriminate by picking and choosing who they want to win, and nobody knows it except them. Casino owner Miriam Adelson has made it clear she would do whatever it takes to help Republicans and Donald Trump win the presidential election. Her casinos could help Republican politicians by allowing them to win a large amount of money, and it will appear to be legal. As you can see, modifications that allow casinos to pick and choose who is to win is a threat to our political system and democracy. Thank you. I'll leave this right here.
Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment?
Could you hear me?
Yes, now we
Okay,
can.
Just
Thank you.
making sure. Good afternoon. Ira Duanen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. I want to provide 2 updates about station casinos and request the board and commission assign a staff person to monitor ongoing legal proceedings and examine for exhibits potential violations of Nevada gaming law. The first update is that the United States Court of Appeals for the DC Circuit, the National Labor Relations Board has moved for enforcement of its June 17 order against Red Rock Casino. Red Rock Casino has asked for review. The case numbers are 24-1221, 24-1239, and 24-1240. If the court sides with the NLRB and workers, then the board's order of June 17, 2024, requiring Red Rock Casino to recognize and bargain with the union will be enforced. As a reminder, the NLRB's June 17 order ruled that Red Rock Casino's extensive coercive and unlawful misconduct between September 2019 and June 2020 stem from a carefully crafted corporate strategy, and that the most important unfair labor practices were planned and executed by Red Rock Casino and Station Casinos' top management and owners. The second update is that down the street last week, one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in history resumed. NLRB prosecutors and attorneys for Station Casinos made opening arguments, and the general manager for Red Rock Casino was called to the stand. We will keep you updated on both of these legal proceedings. Our request today is that you direct a staff person to monitor ongoing legal proceedings who can apprise you of issues that may bear upon your duty to determine the ongoing suitability of officers and employees who engage in the administration or supervision of the activities of a corporate gaming licensee, including the ability of such persons to testify truthfully under oath. The hearings here in Vegas are open to the public. We are here today to ask you for an answer to the following question. Is it acceptable to the Gaming Control Board and Commission that top executives of a Nevada gaming company should testify under oath in a federal proceeding with such an unusual degree of evasiveness and wholly implausible forgetfulness that a judge is fully warranted in discounting their testimony as generally unreliable, except where independently corroborated or against the respondent's interest? That is what the National Labor Relations Board found of Mr. Welsh, Mr. Cootie, and others just this past June. As the guardians of the integrity of the Nevada gaming industry, what do you intend to do about it? Thank you.
Thank you. The record should reflect she's leaving a copy of her public comments, as I believe the previous speaker did too. Good afternoon.
Hi, one more. Good afternoon. My name is Rory Kirkendall. Would you like me to spell my name? First name Rory, R-O-R-Y. Last name Kirkendall, K-U-Y-K-E-N-D-A-L-L. I'm here from the Culinary Union. I'm here today to draw your attention to a major strike by employees of Evolution in the Central Asian country of Georgia. Evolution announced last month that it was going to acquire Galaxy Gaming of Las Vegas, which will be subject to regulatory approvals. Evolution is a Swedish company that provides live casino games to various online casino operators in the US and elsewhere. It is a fast-growing and highly profitable company. In 2023, the company generated 1.8 billion euros in operating revenues and 1.07 billion euros in after-tax profit. For the first half of 2024, it had just over 1 billion euros of operating revenues and 538.3 million euros in after-tax profit. Its EBITDA margin was 70.5% in 2023 and 68.5% in the first half of 2024. According to the company's latest annual report, Tbilisi is its largest hub, where a mix of English-speaking and international game presenter teams are working. Evolution claims to have 8,000 workers in the Republic of Georgia. In spite of the company's financial success, these Evolution workers in Georgia are fighting for higher pay, better and cleaner working conditions, and basic respect on the job. Civil Georgia, an NGO-run news site, reported that in July 2023, that Evolution was advertising an entry-level game presenter job that paid from 900 Georgian lari to 1,225 Georgian lari a month, which is about $329 to $450 a month in US dollars. The National Statistics Office of Georgia reports that the average monthly nominal earnings in the first quarter of 2024 was about 1,943.4 Georgian lari, or around $718 a month. On July 12th of this year, more than 4,000 of these workers in Georgia went on strike. Their strike started after a legal process that included a 21-day mediation period that ended on June 25th. The union there gave the company notice 3 days prior to starting the strike. On August 12th, 4 workers started a hunger strike. The Culinary Union offers our solidarity to the Evolution workers in Georgia, and we ask the Nevada Gaming Commission to take into consideration the labor practices of this company in Georgia and anywhere else, as you review their potential application for Nevada gaming license related to the acquisition of Galaxy Gaming. We urge you to reject Evolution's application if it continues to refuse to treat its employees with respect and provide for decent wages and safe working conditions. Thank you.
Record should reflect, Mr. Herndal has left his, a written copy of his comments. Thank you. Is there anyone else present that wishes to make public comment? There being no one else, I believe this concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of August. We are adjourned.